The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 1270. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 1270, the second engrossment, an act relating to transportation.
Representative Erhardt, and I see there's an amendment to put in the House language. Do you want to take that up? All right, we'll report the amendment.
Erhardt moving to amend Senate File 1270, the second engrossment as follows. Delete everything after the enacting clause and insert the language of House File 1416, the third engrossment. The amendment is coded DEA 1416.
Any discussion to that amendment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. Representative Erhardt, your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the Omnibus Transportation Policy Bill, which has a myriad of many facets. So I hope we get enough people around that will be voting when the time comes. Let's see. Let's go over the highlights. It authorized the Minnesota Department of Transportation to establish a public-private partnership office to develop strategies for attracting private investment to infrastructure projects and encouraging collaboration across MnDOT divisions. It updates various policies relating to driver and vehicle safety. It includes various provisions relating to bicycle, clarifying rules and between drivers and bicycles, and rules for driving in bicycle lanes, codifies the position of transportation ombudsman in statute, requires use of Minnesota-made solar modules in construction projects where MnDOT plans to use solar introductions. Section 1. It says Erhardt's amendment, but he really did that for Representative Ward. It's snow removals in uncompleted subdivisions, provision that is in law, but we're extending it from May 13 to 2014, and the idea is to keep subdivisions clear. It's allowing local units of government to plow them so that we do all right in getting our safety and emergency vehicles through. Sections 2 to 4 are housekeeping changes from for MnDOT from Representative Swatsky. And let's see, sections 6 through 7, Erhardt changes to trunk highway routes, which we'll get into more detail if we have to. Section 8 is Dean's, Representative Dean's, the ramps, ABC ramps, and the change in use of the surplus in downtown Minneapolis. Section 9 is housed Tom Decker Memorial Highway designation. We had it in here just in the case it didn't fly by itself and didn't work, so that's already been taken care of. Sections 10 to 12 is Swatsky's MnDOT administrative process changes. Sections 13 to 21 is Representative Metza's Department of Vehicle Safety Agency bill. Section 22 is Mason's broadening the school bus vehicle definition, modifies certain vehicle types used in transporting school kids. Section 23 is Simonson's prohibit flashing red lights for processions. Section 24-28 is Representative Kahn's interaction between motor vehicles and bicycle lanes. You're all excited about bicycle lanes, so now you're going to have an opportunity to vote some positive changes. Sections 27, 29, and 36, Representative Kahn is on the loose here with bicycle lane and sections 31, 32, Mason modifies disability parking rules. Sections 33, 35 is school bus, Representative Mason's school bus driver safety provisions. Section 37 is door holds overweight vehicles with idle reduction technology. We're changing that, comply with federal. Section 38 to 40 is Metza's Department of Public Safety housekeeping provisions. Section 41 is Nelson's Transportation Ombudsman establishing in statute. We also have Representative Beer's extension for MnDOT's freight rail economic development study. Section 43 amendments by Representative Metza made in Minnesota solar panels on MnDOT projects. Section 44, Representative Swatsky's payment schedule to Greater Minnesota Transit providers. Section 45 is Mason's creating public-private partnerships office at MnDOT. Section 46, 47 is Sundin's clarification of MnDOT's authority relating to passenger rail. Section 4852 is Representative Swatsky's additional MnDOT housekeeping items. Section 53 Sundin's amendment adopted in transportation that was adopted in transportation policy. MnDOT agency request to enable direct land conveyance of property. Section 54 is Woodard's revised policy for direct land transfers. Section 55, 56, Erhardt trunk highway turnbacks. Section 55 is a repealer. And I might add that right in here there was a provision by Representative Cornish's to require MnDOT snowplow drivers to be armed with assault rifles in the event that they are attacked by Wisconsin snowplow drivers. So we're not leaning too hard on that one, but we thought you all ought to know about it. It was under consideration. And right before the repealer, the last item here, is one that the last section that is MnDOT's position on same-sex marriage. But we decided not to include that either, so. And so we go. We got a crowd yet?
We laugh.
Do I have to put this on hold for a few minutes while we gather the faithful here, Mr. Speaker?
There's plenty of amendments at the desk, Representative Erhardt.
All right.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Beck moving to amend Senate File 1270 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A26.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bringing an amendment here that arises out of a concern that we are in the process of diverting more money away from roads as we contemplate this bill. And in this instance, the bill, as drafted, would skim off the excess in parking ramp fees from the 3 ramps that MnDOT owns in Minneapolis, the big ABC ramps. They're generating considerable revenue, and the bill would take that and give that revenue to different multimodal technologies. My amendment would simply say that that's road money. It should go back in the road account, and we're going to give it to the Commissioner of Transportation, and I would urge a green vote.
Representative Erhardt.
Representative Runbeck, I'm going to defer to Representative Dean, who's promoted this amendment.
Representative Dean.
Mr. Speaker and members, I would ask you to vote against this amendment. The part of the bill which addresses ramps, ABC in downtown Minneapolis, the excess money that currently is collected in parking will be used to enhance the experience of the individuals that use that parking ramp. So it's not as if that money is being siphoned off and being used in other parts of the city. It's for that, for their experience. And also, our current agreement with MnDOT and the city of Minneapolis does not allow those fees that are collected in the excess to be used outside of the ramp and those individuals that are using the ramp. So I would ask that you vote no.
Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The way I read the bill, we've got a very vague description of where the money is going, multimodal technologies. It isn't going back into roads, and I would urge a green vote for the amendment.
Representative Erhardt.
I think there was seriously vetted in committee, and it was the committee's ruling that we should move ahead with the Dean amendment, and we should vote no on the Runbeck amendment. Roll call. Do we have to have a roll call? Okay.
A roll call being requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 52 ayes and 73 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. The next, there's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Cornish moving to amend Senate File 1270. The second engrossment as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A16.
Representative Cornish.
Mr. Speaker and members, I talked to Representative Erhardt before this. I think he's going to accept this, but it's basically what it is a MnDOT, when they let out a bid, when it's due, the bid's on a certain day, they file an addendum to that bid, and they're not doing it with enough time to let the contractors know. I had a contractor, Meyer has several of them, that wanted to change the bid, and they went back and looked, and the addendum was filed the late afternoon before the day that the bid was due, and there wasn't enough time for the contractors even to get a hold of the subcontractors. So this would just put a 24-hour limit. If it was any later than 24 hours before the bid is actually let or allowed on that day, they wouldn't be able to do that. They could postpone the bid or something like this, but they wouldn't be able to file addendums the evening before that the bid was due. It just gives the contractor a little more time to react. I'd appreciate your support. Thank you.
Representative Erhardt.
Seems like a reasonable suggestion. I advise you to all vote yes. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
McDonald moving to amend Senate File 1270 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A8.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is a simple amendment. It's a single license plate for automobiles. So what it would require is it gives the automobiles and the owners of them the opportunity to have just a rear license plate. They still could display both plates, but this one would have them have the ability to only place one license plate on the rear of their vehicle. What this does is it gives freedom to those motor enthusiasts. It gives freedom to those who love to drive on the highways. And it saves the state $500,000 per year. That's $1 million biennium, a savings to the state of Minnesota. I've heard from many residents throughout the state and in my district that are in favor of a single license plate, and I encourage all of you to support this if you like, as Kurt Zellers would say, apple pie, baseball, freedom, America, and the automobile. Vote green.
Representative Murphy.
Mr. Speaker, will Representative McDonald yield?
He will yield. Representative Murphy.
Representative McDonald, how many jobs will this cost the prisoners that make the license plates? when you're saying, when you have all this savings to the state of Minnesota, how much will it cost MinCorp?
Representative McDonald.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Murphy, this won't cost the prisoners anything. They'll be doing plenty of work in prison. It's a savings to the state. Actually, I was incorrect. My data, it's $1.5 million to the state. So it's not a loss of cost to MinCorp, and the prisoners will have plenty of work to do in prison. If they argue, I'll find something for them to do.
Representative Murphy.
Mr. Speaker, Representative McDonald, I thought that the prisoners had something to do with the license plates. And you're saying they don't. And they won't be making half as many?
Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will Representative McDonald yield, please?
He will yield. Representative Ward.
Representative McDonald, my question is this. Have you checked in with the Department of Public Safety on this matter, on this amendment?
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Representative Ward. I am aware of the Department of Public Safety's position on this, yes.
Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative McDonald, would you yield again, please?
He will yield. Representative Ward.
And I'll rephrase that question, Representative McDonald. Could you tell the body the Minnesota Highway Patrol and the Department of Public Safety's opinion of this amendment, please?
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Representative Ward. I'd love to. Here's the ironic thing. Here's what happens in government, and some of you might get a chuckle out of this. It got back that this particular amendment is actually a fiscal cost. So instead of producing 2 license plates for a vehicle, my amendment allows them to produce 1, and their fiscal analysis said it's going to be a cost to the state. Imagine that. So we reduce something by half, and it's a $450,000 cost. I laughed myself when I heard that. Actually, the data that I have put together, and the experts as well for the last 3 years, indicate there's a cost savings to the state of $1.5 million per year. So, yes, I've heard their data, and they're off. They're not correct.
Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative McDonald, I love when you say imagine that. I just like how that sounds all the time. You know, how you say that, that brogue that you have. I like that. And I like that we can speak eye to eye. Representative McDonald, my understanding is the fact that the Highway Patrol, Minnesota Highway Patrol, and I'm not going to ask you to yield again, but the Minnesota Highway Patrol is opposed to this amendment because of the concern that they have, you know, not being able to check if a vehicle is going the opposite way, or they can't check the plate and know if it's a fleeing criminal or whatever. So, members, I just want you to know that the Highway Patrol opposed this amendment for those reasons. So, thank you for the dialogue, Representative McDonald.
Representative Erhardt. Representative Erhardt.
Well, I was going to suggest you vote no, but I think that what Representative McDonald's reasoning, if we didn't have any license plates, we'd save $1 million. And I'm surprised you didn't put that up. But moreover, the police for a long time, especially those that are doing stakeout on criminal cases, want a license plate at both ends of the car so they can, you know, we're not here to aid the criminals, we're here to stop the criminals. And I'm surprised that you would suggest that we only have one or no. So I would suggest we vote no on this amendment.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Erhardt, I didn't suggest no license plate, but if you want to offer an amendment to my amendment, I'd welcome that. Maybe a friendly oral amendment. You know, there's 17 other states in the nation that have single license plate, and not one complaint from their law enforcement, and not one concern from the citizens that they haven't been able to capture the bad guy. Bad guys usually run away or drive away, flee away from a crime forward, not in reverse. Therefore, I'm not suggesting getting rid of the rear license plate. Furthermore, if the law enforcement is looking for a vehicle, if the call comes into their walkie-talkie, or what are the dispatch, thank you, Albright, the make, model, color, and year of that vehicle is given. And if the criminal is fleeing the scene of my house or my business, I want the policeman to look for the make, model, and year of that vehicle, not a license plate that's no bigger than a sheet of paper. And especially travel at 50 miles an hour head on. They look for the make, model, and year. Again, I'll repeat, 17 other states in the nation already have single license plates, and I have not heard from one of them saying that there's a big problem. Matter of fact, they encouraged us to pass this because it makes good common sense, and I encourage you to vote green.
Representative Gruen, no. Okay. Representative Erhardt.
Just vote no and let's be done with this one. Thank you.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I forgot to mention, imagine that, Representative Ward, who, since now you're seating, I can see eye to eye. Representative Kahn is a big fan of this. Matter of fact, we worked on this 2 years ago to get this passed. I'm surprised she's not speaking on my behalf. Thanks a lot, Representative Kahn. I'll remember this. Thank you. She's standing. She wants to be acknowledged to speak. And many of your colleagues voted for this very bill, this very amendment 2 years ago. It passed overwhelmingly, over, 73 votes or something like that. So you'll be good to go green on this one. It's good to go green, and I ask for a roll call, Mr. Speaker.
Roll call being requested, seeing 15 hands. There will be a roll call. Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition for the public safety measures, and I want to say that I am pretty good at reading a license plate coming at me, and criminals do change license plates, and it is important to be able to see that and get the information from that license plate to know that someone has a stolen license plate, any other various reasons, whether it's an Amber Alert over a kidnapped child and they're switching plates, and we can start to do backward checks on that to figure out where did that plate come from, what type of vehicle might it be on now, and I would just urge a no vote on this respectfully.
Representative Kahn.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I was going to stay out of it, but Representative McDonald is right. This is something we have worked on together, and I strongly support his amendment. First of all, by the laws of physics, it is 4 times harder to read a license plate going towards you than it is to follow the car and read the license plate on the back. So I'd like to know how many people have ever been caught by a policeman reading the front license plate. There is a problem, and I came into this a little bit late. There is an extra cost to people for certain vehicles to attach that extra license plate. It means double for anyone who's had problems with snowbanks and so forth. It means you have 2 things to worry about instead of one. And when I knocked off my front license plate, it actually took, as opposed to just easily putting the back one on, it actually took a trip to the auto repair place to get it put back on. Fortunately, he was sympathetic to me and did it without charging. But I think Representative McDonald is right on, and I support his amendment.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank Representative McDonald for bringing this forward. It was a bill that we had, or an amendment we had on the transportation bill 2 years ago, and I, as a freshman then, remember the conversation, and I know that the ability for us to really do work and change minds here on the House floor is somewhat limited because of the way this place works sometimes, but this was one opportunity where we actually did the last time this amendment was before us. We added it to the transportation bill, and magically it disappeared in conference committee. And I certainly am standing because I never want to miss an opportunity to agree with Phyllis Kahn. So I would encourage a green vote. Let's put this on and see if we can get it through conference committee this time.
Representative McDonald.
Yeah, just lastly, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to withdraw the roll call, but I just want to end with this, that there, again, is over 17 states that endorse this. And the rear license plate is adequate for every law enforcement under the sun to capture the bad guys. They had many advantages on their side. This will not increase criminals getting away. It hasn't in the states of Alabama, Arizona, Arkansas, Delaware, Florida, Georgia, Indiana, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Michigan, Mississippi, New Mexico, North Carolina, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Representative Beard. He's from there if you hadn't known. South Carolina, Tennessee, and West Virginia, they catch the bad guys all the time. It's a great amendment. It saved the state over, well, I said $500,000 in 1 year, so it's $1 million per biennium. If we can't do something like this, so minor, it's a shame. Please vote green.
Representative Cornish.
Mr. Speaker and members, I don't know if there's enough votes to pass this. There probably is, but just in fleeting here, I wanted to say that all the information you were basically given, those stats, I believe is wrong. You can easily read a plate 60 miles an hour coming at you, and I have caught numbers of criminals coming at me with a license plate. In fact, the first stolen vehicle I ever caught and arrested the person that was coming at me. It's the only way you can identify him at night. Color, make, and model is nice, but when it's a black at night, you really can't tell that. So if it does pass, I pray that it'll get lost in conference committee, because Amber Alerts, abductions, everything else is very helpful. And these other states have it. I've talked to some of the cops and the others. They wish to heck that they had it like us with 2 license plates, because it's very difficult and it does hinder their catching criminals. So vote however. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted.
Division, Mr. Speaker.
Jesus Christ. There's a request for a division. Those voting yes, stand up, please. The ayes can sit down. The noes, please stand up.
$54.
All right. 50 ayes, 66 nays. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. The next amendment, there's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Garofalo moving to amend Senate File 1270 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A4.
Representative Garofalo.
I was looking for Amendment I-35. Thank you. Well, Mr. Speaker and members, I'm hoping that we can have another good bipartisan vote, but this one will pass. For those that don't know, there's a stretch of 35E that we have. It's been labeled by others as the practice freeway. This is a 45-mile-an-hour zone, which is clearly it's not a parkway, it's a freeway. The speed limit should be higher. I just do want to tell a quick story, though, in case those of you are considering listening to one of your colleagues who may get up and speak against this. I'll let you know that a couple of years ago, I offered this amendment, and there was a vigorous debate on it. The amendment, unfortunately, the amendment failed. And that night when I was driving home on 35E and to my residence in Farmington, a car in a very fast fashion sped up behind me, went in the left lane and blew by me going far over the rate of speed. And as the car went by, I happened to look over at the car, and who was it? Who was driving that vehicle? It was you, Representative Michael Paymar of St. Paul. So let's just make sure, Representative Paymar, we're careful what we say about this today. But, Mr. Speaker and members, if you look... Mr. Speaker, members, is what you'll see is that for those who drive, who are going between the speed limits of 45 and 55, that we would not basically keep that provision on the record, that you would not get a speeding ticket on your record for that. Again, this stretch of road is regularly driven at a rate of 55 miles an hour by Representative Paymar and others. I will not be asking for a roll call on this. I would greatly appreciate members' support, and that in the conference committee process that perhaps would Representative Erhardt yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Erhardt, you and I have known each other 9 years, and I just want to ask you, what is with the box? What is the deal with that? If you could use the mic, it might be helpful, Mr. Representative Erhardt.
If you get too close...
Representative Erhardt.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Garofalo, you get too close, you can hear it ticking.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Representative Erhardt, if that's the case, then you have that box perfectly located on the correct side of the aisle. So, Mr. Speaker, members, I would just greatly appreciate your support for the A4 amendment. Thank you.
Representative Paymar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And Representative Garofalo, if you could drive on the I-35 faster than 35 miles an hour, then some car wouldn't have to go by you. I just saw this very old-looking man driving like he was very nervous. In all seriousness, members, this has been a perennial issue that we have here at the legislature over what is referred to as the practice freeway. But just a little history. Representative Mariani is not here, unfortunately. He gives the history a lot better than I do. But, there was a big, huge battle years ago on whether where I-35 should be located and what it would look like. And it was a very contentious issue for the people of St. Paul. And in fact, there was a federal court decision that ended up occurring that turned this section of 35 into a parkway, which means there's no trucks, which means the speed limit is 45 miles an hour. So if you were to adopt this, I guarantee you there would be a court fight, and the state of Minnesota would end up losing money and fighting a battle that we don't need to fight. And I didn't bring my notes with me, but I know there was some research that was done some years back about the actual speed limit, and from downtown St. Paul, and I can't remember exactly to where, but on I-35 at 45 miles an hour, that if it was 50-55, you would only save maybe 2 or 3 minutes of time going from downtown along this corridor. So if you increase it to 55, I guarantee you that people will drive 65. That's just the reality of it. So I'm wondering if Representative Garofalo, what you think of a friendly amendment that on line 124, if we increase the speed limit on 3rd Street in Farmington to 90 miles an hour.
Representative Garofalo will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Paymar, I'd be willing to accept that amendment, but your rules prohibit that.
Yes, they do. Representative Paymar.
Mr. Speaker. Again, in all seriousness, this is a very important issue to my community. This was a compromise that was worked out between the city and the state after years of fighting, and so I would just ask members to please reject the Garofalo amendment. Thank you.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to be serious for a moment, Representative Paymar, just to be clear, this amendment does not change the speed limit from 45 to 55. It simply says that if in the event that someone is cited for a ticket, that this is not going to be a record of the driver, this conviction, a violation of speed limit between those areas. So we are putting this in conformity with other sections of law where we have this. It is only just that stretch of road. We're not increasing the speed limit, just to be very clear.
Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And just picking up on that last thread of thought, I have, and this will save me explaining this later on too, but the speeds, when speed limits are changed, it does not necessarily change the rate at which people drive. People drive at the rate that they are comfortable driving. And even though this does not change the speed, it simply changes the way speeding is reported, I do not believe that it would change the speed limit or the rate at which people drive.
We don't have to. Representative Kahn.
Well, Mr. Speaker and members, I thought I should take the history back one step further than Representative Pamar did. This was actually passed in my first year in the legislature, so the only one around to have voted for it was Representative Carlson, but I don't think he was concerned with it, so he probably doesn't remember. We actually prohibited 4 sections of freeway in the state. One was entirely in my district. It was I-335, which is a terminally stupid piece of highway that was supposed to connect 94 and 35. The other one was a connection to Oak Street that was, I guess, also in my district. Then another one was something around on 394 and 100 in that area. And then the fourth one, which was Representative Norton's concern, which was the 35E section, which went through his district. It was interesting that the only one of these that totally stayed without amendment, and I kept it in my archives for a while, that this dotted line showing a freeway that was supposed to be constructed in one edition of highway maps and then the disappearance of that in the next edition of highway maps, which is how you knew that you had seriously accomplished it. But the point was, this was negotiated from a total prohibition, was negotiated to be able to have this connection that would be a little bit faster but not a freeway. So it has a very long history, and I would suggest we vote against the amendment.
Representative Bernardi.
I was just going to stand up and ask members to vote against this amendment as well. Roads go through a lot of our communities, and to have the legislature determine to disregard those agreements that were made when those roadways were put through our community would do a disservice not only to this community but across the state. So I urge members to vote no on this and to respect our communities and the agreements they came up in their transportation system. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In conclusion, regarding this debate, I just want to make sure members understand, under current law, if you are ticketed between the speeds of 55 and 65, you can be stopped, you can be fined, you can be ticketed, but it doesn't go on your permanent record. This simply says that for this stretch of road, which is uniquely priced at, or uniquely labeled as 45 miles an hour, that same 10-mile-an-hour provision applies to that stretch of road. I ask for members' support.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The motion has not prevailed. The amendment is not adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I request a division.
Division has been requested. All those in favor of the amendment, please stand. All opposed, please stand. Members, there being 56 ayes and 56 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Norris moving to amend Senate File 1270 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 051.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Norris.
Mr. Speaker, House File, or my Amendment 51 is oh, okay. I thought it was a different amendment. Right now we're offering the larger of two amendments that I have today. Mr. Speaker, I would like to divide this amendment in half at 2.14 and take the first half. Yeah, it'd be after 2.14.
Representative Norris, the amendment is divisible. We'll take the first half first. Okay. And it's divisible, members, for the record. It is divisible after line 2.14. It is divisible. So we'll take the first half first.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment simply takes our state highways that are currently at 55 miles an hour and changes the speed limit to 55. Or to 60, rather. I'm sorry. From 55 to 60, it wouldn't be much of a change otherwise, but it goes 55 to 60. For those of you old enough to remember President Nixon, I believe during his presidency our highways had been 55 at night, 60 during the daytime. And as a way to, I guess, save some energy, it was decided by the government at that time that highways would be at 55 and stay there. A lot of things have changed. Highways are better, cars are better. And 60 seems like a very reasonable change at this time. I should also point out that this would be done slowly. There's no cost to the state of Minnesota. The changes would be done as the Highway Department goes about regularly changing and updating their signs. There is a deadline, however, that by 2025, all the roads would be at 60 miles per hour. Again, these are state highways currently at 55. That's the amendment, and I hope for a green vote. Thank you very much.
Any further discussion to the first half of the Norris amendment? Representative Hackbarth.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Normally I would say that this is a good idea, and it is a good idea. But we just heard in Representative Garofalo's amendment about the Dimmler Amendment that's in statute. And the Dimmler Amendment says that between 55 and 65 miles an hour, you can get a ticket and you can be charged, etc. You have to pay the fine, but it doesn't go on your record. Now, if we change the law to make most of the roads that are now 55 miles an hour, which are a lot of roads in the state of Minnesota, this really gets rid of the Dimmler Amendment issue. We don't have that law anymore. We have the Dimdahl Amendment that Representative Erdahl passed a year or so ago, but that has a sunset on it. We're going to hear more about that later, I think. But if we do this, then the Dimmler Amendment will no longer be in effect. I mean, it'll still be in statute, but we won't have any roads that are 55 miles an hour, so it won't apply. Eventually, what we're going to have to do, if this goes into effect, is do remove that sunset that is on the Dimdahl amendment that's in statute that Representative Erdahl passed. So I would urge a no vote on this. I would like to see all the 55s turned into 60 like everybody else would. But we're going to lose the Dimmler amendment, where anywhere from 55 to 65 miles an hour, that if you get a ticket going 60, you're going to get a ticket. Now, if this goes from 60 to 70, you're going to get a ticket anywhere in between there, and it's going to go on your record. It nullifies the Dimmler amendment, at least until it won't until after the sunset of the Erdahl amendment, but that's another issue. Please ask questions. I'm sorry I may have confused you, but the Dimmler amendment will be going away if we don't get rid of the sunset on the Erdahl amendment.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Nornis stand for a question, please?
He will.
Representative, under your amendment here, is the speed limit automatically going from 55 to 60? In other words, would some roads still be at 55 until that sign is changed, which could be 15 years? Or how would we handle different limits on different roads?
Representative Nornis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The change would be gradual, and as roads are improved or signs need to be replaced, that's when the speed limit would change. I have a state highway in my district that will be upgraded this coming summer, and when that's done, I'm assuming that will be one of the changes that will be made to go to 60 miles an hour. And I'm not doing this because of that road, but it's one of those examples of where there's a lot of work being done, it's being resurfaced, highway signs would be changed at the same time, and so then you'd have a 60-mile-an-hour speed limit. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative Erhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It seems to me that we ought to have a body that regulates this across the state, and not all saying, well, my roads are going to be fixed up pretty soon. Why can't we drive 60 on that? Or the street going by my house is going to be repaved. Why don't we go 60 on that? This is nonsense. Let MnDOT do the regulation of the speeds across the state so we have some uniformity. That would be really nice that we're not going to go 60 miles an hour through a school zone somewhere because it got left off of the street that didn't get fixed up or did get fixed up. Let's let the body that runs this thing take care of it. If you don't like MnDOT or you don't like the rule, come and talk to the committee instead of bringing it up on the House floor. We're all sitting here thinking about our favorite street we'd like to go, or road we'd like to go 60 miles an hour on. That's ridiculous. This is a local matter for you to deal with MnDOT. They're going to fix your road? Go and talk to them about raising the speed limit. Instead of setting a standard for the whole state here, when something is improved, we're going to go 60 miles an hour on it. Who's to decide that? That's nonsense. Vote this thing down.
Any further discussion?
Mr. Speaker,
Representative Nornis.
I need to clarify something. MnDOT is in charge. MnDOT is going to make these decisions. And it's not a local issue. It's a statewide issue. So disregard what you just heard there a minute ago. I also, I guess, want to just respond to Representative Hackbarth, and I'm not sure how that actually impacts on what he was talking about, but I would urge us as policymakers to actually set a reasonable speed limit and then expect our constituents and our citizens to obey that speed limit. Otherwise, it's ridiculous if we set a speed limit and people can go 10 miles an hour over and get by with it. I'm not sure that that's accomplishing what we'd like. So please vote positive.
Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, members, I am myself in favor of doing this. Most of our state highways are designed not for 55, not for 60. Most of them are designed for 80 miles an hour or faster. Most of them are in fairly decent shape. The ones that are not are slated to be repaired. This amendment, as the roads can handle it and as they are repaired and the signs slowly replaced through the year 2025, we would increase our speed limits. Most law enforcement don't stop a car that's doing less than 10 miles an hour over the speed limit. Generally, you're getting stopped if you're over 10. So the issue that Mr. Representative Hackbarth brought up is not in play. A lot of times, officers will write it down, write the citation down to fall into that, but by statute, they're not supposed to be able to do that. It's only when you're stopped in that range of speed limit. So I ask for a green vote.
Further discussion to the first portion of the amendment. We're voting on the first portion of the amendment, which is line 1.1 through line 2.14. All in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted.
Division, Mr. Speaker.
Division has been called. All in favor of the first portion of the amendment, please stand. All opposed to the first portion of the amendment, please stand. There being 64 ayes and 48 nays, the motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. Oh, second half, that's right. Second half of the amendment from lines 2.15 through the end.
Mr. Speaker, can I just withdraw that portion of the amendment, please?
Representative Nornis withdraws the second portion of the amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Freiberg moving to amend Senate File 1270 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 553.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment was suggested to me by a constituent who drives home along a two-lane road with bicycle lanes. He tends to drive opposite the majority of the traffic, and when cars going his direction are turning left, he either has to wait through one or more additional light cycles or pass on the right by going through the bicycle lane. Current law does allow passing on the right when the vehicle to be passed is about to make a left turn. This amendment would allow it only in a narrow set of circumstances and only when it is safe to do so. I'd encourage members' support.
Further discussion? Any discussion on the amendment? Representative Erhardt.
Why don't we just vote yes on this and not take a roll call and all that? Okay? Let's just pass it. Get on with it. That would be my suggestion.
Any further discussion? Representative Kahn.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to object to the amendment because it's probably what will happen. I will point out that it could be a very dangerous practice, though, because of the problems that a car that is intent on passing a turning car is only going to be looking at the turning car. If you could depend on the language of the amendment being followed, that the car would not pass unless it was safe to do so, and clearly would yielding to a bicycle in the bicycle lane that could not stop before that, it would make perfect sense. But I think voting yes on this amendment is probably going to get somebody killed someday, because there's no way to accurately judge this and to do it. But I think people, the argument can be made that whatever the law says, people are going to do it anyway. So, I'm not going to call for roll calls or anything like that, or make a strong objection to it. It's just not good vehicle management practice.
Any further discussion? Representative Erhardt.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I know that I have suggested something the other day. We're talking about fining bicycle people that are out of line, and I said, well, maybe we should just raise the bounty on them, and we wouldn't have to be fining them. So I'm going to let you vote. If you think you're going to kill somebody with this amendment, vote no. If you think it doesn't make any difference, vote yes. Put it up for grabs, and we'll see who gets damaged. Okay?
Any further discussion? Any further discussion to the amendment? All in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, please say nay. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Benson M. moving to amend Senate File 1270 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A10.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I don't know how this falls in the face of Representative Erhardt's, Chairman Erhardt's, just his comments about bounties, but we're talking about bicycles again. The bill as written was amended on page 19, and what the new language does is in fact add the liability to motorists who are making right turns when there is a cycle lane or bicycle lane, and it requires them to be responsible and adds any liability, of course, for collisions if that should happen. This is a significant change from current law in that bicycles in the past have had to make sure that they were responsible for controlling the cycle, and if there was a car with a signal on to make a right-hand turn, that they would have to, and in fact, yield to the car when making that turn. Well, this will change all of that. And to be honest with you, when I wrote the amendment, I would have liked to have removed the whole thing and make this a responsibility again on the bicyclist. So what I've done in the amendment is limit it to the cities of first class, understanding that my fair city, Rochester, would still be one that would be included in this. My interest in this and making sure that this is sound policy is limiting it until we have some actual historical data to find out how this works. You know, my fear is all we've done is help some ambulance chasing lawyers who may be interested in the liability cases that would come from folks that wouldn't pay attention and run into the side of cars as they're approaching intersections. It adds another, of course, issue. It's the issue of just sheer physics, the ability to control a car that weighs 3,500 to 6,000 pounds versus a bike that may weigh 25 or 30 and stopping and controlling. I would yield to Representative Beard. I think it's the person that probably can best describe the physics of this whole dilemma. I'd ask if Representative Beard would yield to explain.
He will yield. Representative Beard.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Benson. I've given this speech a couple times in committee and in Ways and Means. But, members, when we're trying to move towards zero deaths and when we're trying to have traffic engineers who understand the laws of physics and human interaction try to keep traffic apart, you fly right in the face of logic by mixing 200-pound bicycle and rider with a 3,000-pound automobile. Particularly when then you mix those together and then put all the legal onus on the automobile to see and avoid the smaller, more nimble bicycle. Members, I'd submit to you this is exactly why we don't ask bicycles to ride on sidewalks where people are trying to walk, that we keep bicycles and pedestrians apart. Now we're putting pedestrian or bicycles in harm's way and taking traffic lanes away. I understand the necessity of clarifying how you make a right turn when we have a bicycle lane. Members, this seems to be a tactic that's happening mostly in the larger cities, and so I originally had supported doing it only in the cities of the first class as kind of a trial run and see if we actually can make it work, or if, as I suspect, we're actually going to see an increase in bicycle and automobile accidents. So I'd ask you to support the experimental nature of the what Representative Benson's trying to do in the name of good traffic safety. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Benson.
Thank you, Representative Beard. Usually he gives the one that's a little more expounded, where he goes into, well, that's if you're a pilot, which he is, believe it or not, airplanes have to give right of way to balloons, and smaller aircraft have to give right of way to larger aircraft, and then he boils it all the way down. And this is a simple matter of sheer just physics. And making sure this is really sound policy and giving us some breathing room to see if this is the right thing to do. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to roll call this.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Further discussion to the amendment. Representative Kahn.
Well, Mr. Speaker and members, this doesn't really change state law. State law requires a car turning to be as close to the curb as possible when they do it. It also requires them to yield. Requires them to yield to any vehicle that is in that lane and not turn until it's clear to do it. The way you can think of this is just think of a bicycle as a very narrow driving lane, and think about turning across a car that would be going there. I do have to object to the use of physics that people have put in. If the use of physics may be true if you're just looking at the mass, but actually the stopping, particularly going at the speed in cities, the stopping distance for a bicycle is much greater than the stopping distance for a car. The brake mechanisms, even with people applying them as well they are on a bicycle, are just not equivalent to the ones that stop a car, and you can find that at any time. The idea of a practice zone actually violates another section of Minnesota statutes, 169.022, which is the statute on uniform application, which says that the laws must be the same all over the state. This was actually the law that stopped Minneapolis from doing its red light cameras and so forth. And specifically, when we require cities to have the same laws throughout the state, we clearly don't want to set the very bad example of having the state set a different law for Minneapolis and St. Paul as for the rest of the state. So I urge a no vote on this amendment. It actually conflicts with existing laws, and it actually doesn't make any sense in terms of the safety on the road.
Representative Benson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hate to disagree with the fine representative, but as I read the law as it currently is on page 19, most of you should have it. The right-of-way is to the motor vehicle. It's not to the bicycle. And I think this is just prudent policy. Most of the bike lanes are in the metropolitan areas, the cities of the first class. I think we need to find out what this is going to do for safety. I'm also looking out for the safety. It's not just the liability issue, but the safety of a cyclist. My worry is that for the longest time, of course, they have made sure that their right-of-way is one where they needed to let the car go by first. And now we're going to tell them that suddenly, no, they have the right-of-way and the car is going to turn right, and they should expect that car is going to be able to notice them, and just a number of safety issues. So again, I really would like to have repealed the whole thing, and I'm just trying to make some common sense modifications to it. Members and Mr. Speaker, and I'd ask for a green vote. Thank you.
Further discussion. Further discussion to the amendment. Representative Erhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Speaker. I think we should have a roll call on this, please.
Yeah, a roll call has already been requested.
Thank you. I'm wondering if we're not talking about the uniformity thing again. You're going to have people that don't ride all the time in the big cities. They get out there in the country, they go to the smaller towns, and whether or not they have a bike lane or not, they may be involved in turning and whacked here, because we're not applying uniformity across the state. The same reason that MnDOT runs on its road speeds and its conditions and all this and that, they like to keep uniformity, so that people who get in the groove of driving certain places at certain speeds remain there, and they don't get hit with a sudden deceleration when they're not thinking about it, or they are forgetting to monitor the bikes that are around because they're in a different territory now. And I think that we should keep uniformity across the state. And regardless or not, I think we should vote no on this.
Further discussion. Representative Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Benson Amendment. It makes a lot of sense. I think the change we're contemplating is very dangerous for bicyclists. It reminds me of every day when we walk back and forth between the SOB and the state capitol, and we step across the street out here in that crosswalk, and we look down and see a bus or a car coming, and should we step out? Are they going to stop for us or not? And if we do, assuming they're going to stop, we could be right, but we could be dead right as well. And I think this is a dangerous thing. Representative Kahn talked about braking ability, but what about the visibility factor? It's difficult to see bicycles. If you're looking back to your right side, there could be a blind spot there. So I rise in full support of the Benson Amendment.
Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker, let me correct a misapprehension that a misconception that Representative Benson gave. The current law specifically states, and what this is just kind of cleaning up the language to make it absolutely clear. The current law says when it's necessary for the driver of a motor vehicle to cross a bicycle lane, the driver shall drive the motor vehicle into the bicycle lane prior to making the turn and shall make the turn yielding the right-of-way to any vehicle approaching so close thereto as to constitute an immediate hazard. I'm particularly concerned about this because this is an accident that I have, and believe me, I am a very cautious bicycle rider. I wouldn't have lived as long as I have being a bicycle rider. But that is an accident that I have almost had at least 3 times. And in fact, one time, and I've always managed to avoid it by turning with the car as they turned in front of me, probably because I'm not going quite as fast as some people might go. One time I even had to have my hand on the car door as we turned around. And what they always, and first of all, I never would have ridden up that lane if a car was there signaling a turn. They always came behind me when I was riding in the bicycle lane, so they didn't have to see me out the back. They always didn't see me out the front of their car. And they always said 2 things. I didn't see you, or I didn't know you were going so fast. So they're slowing down to make the turn. I'm going straight ahead in the bicycle lane the way I should, and they've come behind me and end up in front of me. This is, and all the language, all the bill does, the language in the bill does, is absolutely clarify that you need to drive into the lane, that you need to drive into it and then yield the right of way. In the city, a part of Minneapolis, which I live, which has a lot of bicycle traffic, the new lanes are being printed properly. A bicycle lane should be painted so that the end of it is dashed, and it's completely clear that the car goes into the bicycle lane to get close to the curb, which is what the motor vehicle law says when you're making a right turn, and it's completely clear that the bicycle goes out of the lane to go around the car making the turn. Unfortunately, there are still old lanes painted where the lane line is painted solid to the end of it. But common sense means that the car gets against the curb before they make their turn. They do not try to turn around a bicycle lane, and the bicycle will go around the car that's making the turn, assuming that the car is in the right place. Very difficult if the car is outside of the bicycle lane preparing to turn.
Representative Beard.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Just a few moments ago, members, we heard the idea of uniformity raised, that the laws need to be uniform across the state. And that's a good principle. But I would submit to you that what we're doing here over the last several years, actually, is an erosion of uniformity in how traffic laws are applied, how they're applied differently to automobiles and bicycles when they use the same lanes, the same roads that either property taxes or gas taxes paid for. There is no uniformity with bicycle transportation in regards to insurance requirements, registration requirements, or taxes paid, or even a rear license plate. Members, just the other night, Representative Collins only were telling stories. I'm on Constitution Boulevard heading home, trying to make my way to 35E, where I do 45 miles an hour as I go home. And we're sitting in traffic, and here comes a bicyclist up the right lane across the 94 bridge, into a red light, into the lane, thinking he could bolt the red light, members, and shoot across there at rush hour traffic, causing the car coming from left to right to slam on his brakes, almost causing a chain reaction accident. Now, had that been an automobile doing that, we would have looked at his rear license plate, taken a note, and probably called him in. It was a bicycle. All I could see was it was some guys in spandex who was way more fit and trim than I was, sitting halfway through the lane, giving the finger to the car driver, even though he was staring at a red light. Now, what's uniform about that application? Absolutely nothing. So we're trying to inflict this on the whole state here. What I'm saying is you already got it in the cities of the first class. Let's try it in the cities of the first class. Representative Benson's trying to say that, excuse me. And see if we can't work some of these other issues out, some that give us all pause whenever we're trying to mix traffic types, traffic sizes, vehicle sizes in a way that some of us think is going to be counterproductive. It's a longer discussion than we can have here on the floor today. But before we let this infect every other county and every other town in the state, let's just limit it to the cities of the first class and see if indeed accidents increase, people have trouble trying to maneuver this and get their arms around this new law, or if the clarifying language, as Representative Kahn asserts, actually does have her intended benefit. If that's the case, I'm happy to run for re-election just so I can say you were right, I was wrong. Let's let it go across the state. I'd encourage a green vote.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Two phrases get my attention: physics and common sense. And frankly, I don't know about you, if I'm riding a bike, and I've ridden in the city of Rochester, you know, if I'm coming up on an intersection, well, first of all, I'm always watching cars because I understand the physics of that collision. But if I'm coming up to an intersection where lights are going to change and there's that transition, common sense dictates that I'm even more observant. And frankly, I see this as a common sense approach. When I came up to school at the U, I noticed that there's a different, not uniform way of covering crossing and jaywalking, and the drivers seem to understand that the pedestrians didn't obey the same rules that they maybe did somewhere else. So I see nothing wrong with driving and having things a little bit different in the Twin Cities, because frankly, every time I come up here, I do have to modify the way I drive, the way I look. So let's have some common sense and vote for this amendment.
Further discussion? Representative Uruso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill's language is not about whether everybody follows the rules all of the time. It's about whether a bicyclist that's in that bicycle lane has the right to expect that a driver who's going to turn right is not going to cut them off with impunity. If that bicyclist were another car in the right-hand lane, that driver making the right-hand turn would be expected to yield to them before they pulled into that lane. And so this language is to give bicyclists the same sorts of protections that we expect for other vehicles in those kind of situations. And yes, bicyclists, knowing that they're vulnerable, are going to have to exercise even more common sense than drivers do on the road. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't provide them what protections we can and afford them the same courtesy that we do to other drivers. I urge you to vote no.
Further discussion to the amendment? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 57 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erhardt moving to amend Senate File 1270 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A2.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and I'd like to request a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Erdahl.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And we've kind of had several bills now with this theme, and this is, well, especially for newer members here, a brief explanation. Just one second, please. Thank you. What you heard the explanation of what the Dimmler Amendment is, and I'm not going to get into that so much. The Dimdahl, kind of a hybrid, is for 60-mile-an-hour speed limits. If you're in a 60 posted, you can go. If you go 70, within that, you can be again stopped, ticketed, and fined. Doesn't go on your record. Mostly these are in rural Minnesota areas, and it took 7 years to get this passed into law last session. Now, as part of the compromising and dealing with this, what we did was to try to address some of the questions that public safety might have in MnDOT. We agreed to have a January 15th, 2015 study, or by that time a study must be done on the impact of Dimdahl. And frankly, I think that they will find what I have found in the surveys and studies that I've looked at, that it does not increase speed, and that's what I was trying to explain earlier. So, what is in actually was in session law and kind of escaped attention when this passed is that, and these dates are important here, August 1st, 2014, Dimdall sunsets. There will then be a study reported January 15th, 2015. To me, it doesn't make sense to end it and then have a study, and then if you're going to react to the study and reinstitute it, it's like on, off, on, off. That doesn't make sense. And so, what this amendment does is says that the sunset shall be August 1st, 2015. The reason for that is the study is due January 15th, 2015. The legislature, when it comes into session, can then react to what the study says and either do away with the sunset or continue the sunset, whatever. It just is a common sense piece of legislation here to have the sunset after the report so that you are responding to it and not before the report that you're waiting for. So I urge a green vote on this.
Discussion of the amendment. Representative Erhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Erdahl, will you yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Erhardt.
Representative Erdahl, you mentioned you were apparently negotiating with somebody or something or other, but I don't think this ever came to committee. I don't know who you were negotiating with. Who were you negotiating with?
Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Representative Erhardt, this was when you were taking your hiatus the last couple of years, that's when this happened. And the negotiations then were going on with Public Safety and MnDOT. This is the bill that was established, and frankly, I wasn't aware until this year of the date discrepancy. And so, actually very recently, that I discovered this. And I knew, since I believe you were supportive of this in the past, that we would be able to work this out. That's why I believe I talked to you about it earlier.
Representative Erhardt.
Well, Mr. Speaker and Representative Erdahl, you started to tell me about the Dimmler thing, and there have been so many Dimmler things going on. I don't think you really made an impression that you had something new and different. But the information I have is that the Department of Public Safety is opposed to this. So when you said you were negotiating with somebody, that's my information. Would anybody care to change that? They are opposed to it. And so maybe they've forgotten your long and hard negotiations with them, or maybe they've changed their mind, or whatever. Or maybe you never talked to them and you talked to somebody else. What's the answer, Representative Erdahl?
Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Erhardt, yesterday I talked with representatives from MnDOT and also from Public Safety. I hesitate to put words in their mouths, so I won't. But I did not find, one of them was very much, I would say, neutral. The other objections were not strong to this. I mean, again, Representative Erhardt and members, this is just common sense. All we're saying is, let's keep the sunset, let's push the sunset out until after the report on the results of the survey. And by the way, I'll withdraw the roll call.
Request for roll call has been withdrawn. Further discussion to the amendment. Representative Erhardt.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, but the people that I have been staff has been communicating with indicate that the Department of Public Safety is opposed to this. Now, we can flip a coin and say you talk to somebody and I talk to somebody else or whatever. But I'm thinking we also ought to have a roll call on this, Mr. So can we reinstate the roll call?
Representative Erhardt, are you requesting a roll call?
I'm requesting a roll call.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Further discussion. Representative Erhardt.
Well, I just think we should vote no on this, and it still has some time to run under its current status, as I understand it, and we can probably talk about this when we get the people in a committee and ask them to testify. And I don't know if you ever came to the committee with this, any of the committees. So whatever you did last year was maybe they've changed their staff over there. That's all.
Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members and Representative Erhardt. That's all. That's fine and good. All I'm saying is that this is something that makes sense. We are a deliberative body who always do things that make sense, and that's all I'm asking us to do on this, is simply to push out the sunset date until it's after the report and not make a decision on it before the report. It's not really very complicated, and I urge a green vote. Thank you.
Further discussion to the amendment. Representative Erhardt.
Well, Representative Erdahl, I don't know if it's complicated or not, but you've been talking about it for how many years and you haven't been able to pass it? Oh, 7. So why don't we just let the thing run and we come to committee where you should be presenting this instead of trying to throw it down as an amendment on the floor and settle it when we've got the people that regulate things and run things, safety and MnDOT, into the room, and they can give us their opinion about what they are doing and what their feelings are. If they've changed, we can change the law. Vote no. Thank you.
Further discussion to the amendment. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. Sanders votes aye. There being 79 ayes and 45 nays, the motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Holberg moving to amend Senate File 1270 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A24.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a Drazkowski amendment that actually deletes this section of law, so I think that it might be better if he goes ahead of me and if this section remains. I'd hate for my good idea to get deleted by Representative Drazkowski.
Representative Holberg, are you asking to temporarily lay over this amendment?
I am, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Representative Holberg temporarily lays over the A24 amendment. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Runbeck moving to amend Senate File 1270 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A23.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this amendment also I'd like to lay over until Representative Drazkowski has brought his amendment.
Representative Runbeck asks that her amendment be temporarily laid over. The A23 amendment is temporarily laid over. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Drazkowski moving to amend Senate File 1270 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A9.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment deletes two sections out of the bill, those being sections 41 and 45. Section 41 of the bill creates a transportation ombudsperson that, as I understand, I remember in committee that the department did not even ask for or demonstrate a need for a dedicated person to be an ombudsperson. But both of these sections of the bill, members, are sections that are expansions of government to expand the Department of Transportation in ways and areas that it is not involved with now or does not need. The transportation ombudsperson would even involve developing mediation within the department. The Public-Private Partnership Joint Program Office is the second section I mentioned, Section 45, which would, the language talks about monitoring or coordinating public and private partnership investments and talks about public infrastructure investments. Certainly the better term there would be expenditures, as they're talking about spending money. But, members, neither of these two sections of the bill is important to the functioning of the government. Neither one is something that we can afford given our budget situation. I'd ask you for your support in the amendment, which would delete each of these really unnecessary portions of the bill. Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion to the amendment. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Ombudsman was a bill that I carried and got, thanks to Representative Erhardt, got put into this bill. And members, this came out of 35W bridge collapse. At the time, Commissioner Sorrell decided he needed a place so that the public, he could have direct action from the public could come in with their complaints. The Ombudsman helps to settle those complaints, deal with problems that are caused by projects MnDOT does. I mean, there was one example that I gave in committee where a road was worked on and it created a puddle in front of a mailbox for a constituent. And that may not seem like a big thing, but every day this person had to go out to their mail and wade through a puddle that was created by MnDOT's work on the road. And by working with the Ombudsman, they were able to get the problem solved, get the mailbox moved, work with the post office. These were things that they've done, and it helps save lawsuits. The biggest example that I had, the most expensive, was there was an individual on Highway 61 that when the work was done on their house or on the road on Highway 61 caused cracks in the foundation of their house. And after fighting and trying to get it dealt with, the Ombudsman was able to come out and get this solved so that the person could get their house repaired. Now, this is a direct interaction with our citizens, with the Ombudsman. It's a person that's in the office that's been there, and the bill was just to make that one position a permanent position, and then the commissioner can appoint this person. And it's a way, this large, unwielding agency, the MnDOT, that sometimes citizens have trouble with, trying to get their resolution of their problems. It allows them one person to go to that has the direct ear of the commissioner, and not have to go through a whole lot of layers of people that are involved in the project and may be vested in a project. This is a way they can get to the commissioner and they can try and get the results and get the resolution of their problems. And it saves on lawsuits, and it saves on other things. It saves MnDOT money, and it saves aggravation for our citizens of our state of Minnesota. So it's an important thing, and so I would vote no on this amendment.
To the amendment, Representative Erhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Private partnerships, joint programs, public-private partnership, that is one of the coming things of the age. maybe not in Mazeppa, but around the rest of the world it is. And the MnDOT has been working successfully in some cases with the injection of private money into some of their projects. And to coordinate that, they're setting up with existing personnel, no new personnel, the capability of moving ahead with public and private partnerships. And it's the coming thing of the whatever century we're in. And hopefully there will be more money to take the strain off the government budget by involving private entities. So we need to vote no on this amendment.
Further discussion. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate your discussion, Representative Erhardt, and I won't talk about age, Representative Erhardt, here. I heard you talk about that, but what we're looking at here is basically an expansion of government. If indeed, Representative Erhardt, this private-public partnership office is important, I would ask you, where is the offsetting reduction within the department in order to demonstrate that this is truly setting a priority within the department rather than just developing another layer of government? And Representative Nelson, the department already has the agility. You made the point very well. The department has the agility to do this ombudsperson function to the level they need it when they need it. Believe it or not, they have the ability to be that wieldy. At least they did, as you demonstrated during the 35 bridge crisis. What this amendment, or what this section of the bill does, is it dedicates one person to that position and then says, believe it or not, they can't do anything else. Now, does that make sense to lock the department into that position and take away their ability to be nimble with the functions that they see within their part of government in order to operate? It definitely does not. Members, encourage your support.
Further discussion to the amendment.
Speaker.
Representative Mason.
Mr. Speaker, members, the bill for the joint partnership is mine. It came from MnDOT. And again, I want to emphasize this is a collaborative effort. There are people from MnDOT that are working with people from the Department of Economic Development already. This gives them a focal point, just a real focal point for them to get all together, and it makes it easier for people to follow the partnership. So I, again, encourage you to vote no on this amendment. There are no new staff involved. It's just a meeting of the people from various departments to work together to provide a synergy.
Further discussion. Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I think we're the ombudsmen and women who intercede between our constituency and the department. I know I've found great satisfaction in being that person for folks in my district who've had concerns about road projects or about other incidences that occur that need to be referred to the Department of Transportation. So I think to put this person in place and disallow any other obligation for this ombudsman or woman, that we're going down the wrong track, because it's part of our responsibility to intercede for our constituency. So I would recommend a green vote on this amendment.
Further discussion to the amendment. Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to support Representative Drazkowski in this amendment. You know, in the private sector, the measure of efficiency is the greater productivity that is being asked of that sector. Greater productivity is the way to measure wealth and the growth of companies and so on. So in the government sector, productivity doesn't mean very much, and this is an obvious example of how we're saying, well, we're just going to add, and we're going to add another layer, we're going to add another job that doesn't even have a very specific set of job duties. I think if you look at the job duties, you know, it sounds like make work. I mean, honest to gosh, gathering information about decisions, facilitating discussions, monitoring the performance of your own job. This person's going to monitor their own performance. you know, this is an effort here to find a reason to grow when we don't really have something concrete to put into a job. So I urge a green vote on the Drazkowski amendment.
Further discussion to the amendment? Further discussion? Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was wondering if the author would yield for a quick question.
The author will yield. Representative Newberger.
Representative Erhardt, I need a clarification here. As I'm going over the section that speaks about the transportation ombudsperson, will there be a cost associated with hiring this person? What's this going to cost us?
Representative Newberger, you were asking Representative Erhardt to yield?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Erhardt.
Mr. Speaker, I think they already have the office in place and somebody operating it, and so I don't see there's any further dollar cost, but I'm going to yield to the real maker of this amendment law that we put in the bill, Representative Nelson.
Representative Newberger has the floor, so you can't yield to him, but Representative Newberger, perhaps you care to ask Representative Nelson to yield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Representative Nelson, if you'd be so kind to yield.
He will yield. Representative Newberger.
Mr. Speaker, I heard the question.
Representative Nelson.
There's currently that position is currently filled. It's there. The office is being done. Like I said, this person goes all over the state, looks at problems, and helps the commissioner solve these problems. So there is no additional cost.
Representative Newberger.
So I just want to clarify then, if this person already exists, where it sounds to me like we kind of created this position, we're paying for this person, and now we're justifying this person's position after the fact. Is that correct? That would be to Representative Nelson.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And no, we're not creating it after the fact. We're trying to make sure that this position stays there so that our constituents can get their problems solved and resolved with the Department of Transportation. Like I said, sometimes when projects go forward, and I had an example of this in my own district, or my own office that I used to work out of, where MnDOT was doing a road project and trying to get through the layers of MnDOT to get to somebody that would actually come out and help resolve the problem was very difficult to do. And that's why I think this is an important position. That's why I want to make it a permanent position. The person that's doing this job has taken work. You know, Representative Erickson talked about that's a part of our job, but this is the person that our LAs and our CAs go to, and our CS people go to when they have issues. This is the person that they're directed to. That's the one that gets us the answers that we need from MnDOT. That's why this is an important position, and it helps to solve problems that our constituents, our citizens have on road projects that affect them, and it's a way that they can interact and get bypassing the many layers that are in MnDOT. This person reports directly to the commissioner, and it's easier to get those problems solved that way.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm finished.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, members, Representative Newberger hit the nail on the head, and we heard this bill in Government Operations Committee. I asked directly to the folks from Transportation whether they wanted or needed this position, and there was not any demonstrated need or articulation of need from them for this position. This is a superfluous piece of legislation that is not necessary. It would lock the hands or tie the hands of the Department of Transportation to be nimble with these positions. Essentially would lock somebody into that position and tell them, you know what, here's your job. If you have any extra time, you cannot be reassigned to do anything else. That's what lines 26.25 and 26 say. And would require the taxpayers, if there is additional duties that are needed, to once again be asked to shell out in order to pay for a government that has become unwieldy due to the efforts of this legislature. So, members, I would ask you to vote no on this, or vote yes for this amendment.
Further discussion to the amendment. Representative Erhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I forgot to mention this when we started this bill, that we took all of the FTEs out of this bill, especially for Representative Sarah Anderson, because we didn't want to hear about them, and we knew that she would investigate and find them if we had any. But we don't have any. They're gone. And the second thing is there's no fiscal cost to this bill. When we removed the FTEs, it took the fiscal costs for this bill out. So we're clean as a whistle, although I suspect that a couple of these amendments may cause this, our balance to tip again in favor of spending money, and we're trying to avoid that.
Further discussion. Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Erhardt, I wasn't planning to speak to this amendment, but since you mentioned me, I thought I would stand up. And I do appreciate your work in removing the FTEs, because as you know, this is a big concern for me. I've done the tallying. We're looking at adding 1,300 government employees. 1,300 government employees. I didn't think it was that much. I actually did the tally. That's ridiculous. So instead of growing the private sector, what we're doing is we're growing the public sector. And that's costing taxpayers in every one of our communities. Every single one. So when we're looking at a $2.6 billion tax increase that is part of the tax bill, that's paying for over 1,200 government jobs. Not jobs in the private sector where people could really use it, but we're padding the pocket of government. So thanks for calling me out.
Further discussion. Representative Erhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, that's exactly why this private-public partnership is in here, so that we can involve the private sector and not spend so much state dollars. So that's what I was trying to tell Representative Jaskowski, that it's time to come into the 21st century and move ahead with public-private partnerships. However you want to look, whichever way you want to list them, we're trying to get the private sector involved, spending their money and not the state money in projects that we can jointly work together on. So that's why I urge a no vote on the Jaskowski amendment.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 56 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Representative Holberg, I'd like to give you the opportunity, if you wish to have it, to revert back to your original amendment, the A24 amendment. Representative Holberg.
Thank you.
Representative Holberg, do you wish to do that?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would.
The clerk will re-report the amendment.
Holberg moving to amend Senate File 1270 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A24.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment would just add that contractors and subcontractors that were having difficulty resolving issues could use the Ombudsman's office as well. And I would appreciate your support.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Erhardt.
MnDOT is opposed to this amendment, but I would like to call on Representative Nelson for further comments. Thank you.
He will yield. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Holberg. My understanding is that MnDOT does not, they deal with the prime contractors, they do not deal with the subcontractors. That's done through the contractors, and that's, therefore this bill would be out, it would not work the way it's written, the amendment would not, and so I would urge a red vote.
Further discussion. Representative Holberg.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Nelson, while I understand that MnDOT holds the contract with the generals when they are doing projects, MnDOT doesn't have contracts with taxpayers either, but the Ombudsman is there to help them. And we have a situation in which there's many times can be a lot of disagreement between subs and the general contractors. Many of these subcontractors are small startup businesses and could use maybe a little mediation to try and resolve simple conflicts. Well, certainly we understand that the Ombudsman is not going to be able to solve all the problems. Having an intermediary to help resolve some of the smaller issues would help some of those small businesses that subcontract with general contractors on MnDOT's programs.
Further discussion. Representative Nelson.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Further discussion to the amendment. Further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 51 ayes and 75 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Representative Runbeck, I'd like to ask if you'd like to revert to your original amendment which you laid over.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, I'm going to withdraw the amendment. Thank you.
Representative Runbeck withdraws the amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. Clerk will report the amendment.
Garofalo moving to amend Senate File 1270 as amended as follows. And the amendment is coded A7.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would request a roll call on the amendment.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. My amendment would delete Section 43 of the bill. Right now, there's a provision that exists in the bill that would actually require what is one of the highest energy production sources in place, solar, to be demanded that it be made in Minnesota. So what the effect of this is that we're going to have one of the highest potential costs be ultra high. I want to be very clear. The two manufacturers of solar panels in Minnesota do make a very high quality product. I've determined it to be what I would call the Cadillac of solar panels. And sometimes the most expensive item is the best value for the taxpayer. Sometimes it is the best decision. Other times it is not. And so this provision very clearly in the bill is if you're going to do solar, you don't want to handcuff the department and require them to always choose the most expensive option. Quality aside, again, those products that they do produce here are some of the longest lasting in the nation. They have some of the best ratings in the world in terms of their longevity and their production. However, the high cost does not always justify it. So on a side note, if you're, everyone here shouldn't be new to the conference committee process. This is a provision that the Senate's really going to want. I have no idea why the House would include this in their provisions, at least trade it for something. So, Mr. Speaker and members, I would request a yes vote on the amendment and the elimination of really what is a bad policy prescription.
To the amendment. Discussion. Representative Metsa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Garofalo, I think you've made some good points overall, but this amendment's really about creating jobs here in Minnesota. And I think it's great that we've got a green energy initiative in the state for renewables. And in my mind, and I think a lot of my colleagues on this side of the aisle, why aren't we creating jobs here in Minnesota with our manufacturing? And instead of supporting some of our Chinese or out-of-country solar products that are getting made, it's much better in my mind to have the jobs created here in Minnesota. And I think you're the party that's been big about pushing jobs in Minnesota and expanding the economy. This is one that I disagree with you and encourage you to vote red on your amendment.
Representative Anzels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, economic development anywhere in Minnesota is a really, really hard thing to do. And it's extra special hard in northeastern Minnesota. And members, we have a fledgling, small, creative, very entrepreneurial operation going on the Iron Range, which has received some economic development dollars which are in lieu of property taxes. And we actually have a chance to do some diversification of the Iron Range economy, something that you should want. Contrast that with the news we received this morning. Boise Cascade Paper Mill in International Falls announced it was permanently shuttering 2 paper machines and permanently laying off 365 workers. Workers who earn enough money to buy a car and buy a house. Real jobs for real people. So these jobs in northern Minnesota are very important to us. Whether it's jobs making solar panels, jobs working in the mines, jobs making paper, they're all important. Please allow this project that has just begun on the Iron Range to succeed. It'll make us all proud and it'll make us all a little greener.
Representative Mullane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I would just like to speak in opposition to the Garofalo amendment. And I just want members to be clear that there are actually 2 plants in Minnesota that manufacture solar panels. One of them is located in Bloomington, and one of them is located in Mountain Iron. The Metsa language that Representative Garofalo is seeking to remove just requires Minnesota-made solar panels. That would apply to either current plants in Minnesota, the one 10K located in Bloomington, or the one located on the Iron Range. And if other companies wanted to come into Minnesota and manufacture solar panels here, they would also apply. So I just want members to make sure that they are aware that this isn't applying to just one company in Minnesota. Furthermore, as Representative Metsa stated, I do think that we really have to be careful that when we're spending Minnesota taxpayer dollars, it's being used to create jobs in Minnesota. And if you ever want to see how much of our money is going out of state and out of country, ask the DNR for some numbers. Because I did that on solar panels, and they've spent, just in the last 2.5 years, members, the DNR has spent $2.1 million on solar panels, and other than 100,000 of that, they imported all of those solar panels from out of state and out of country. So they only spent $100,000 in Minnesota. It was a split about half and half between Bloomington and the plant on the Iron Range. $2 million went out of state and out of country when we have plants right here in Minnesota manufacturing these solar panels. So that's why these provisions come about, to make sure that when taxpayer dollars are being spent, we're using it to create Minnesota jobs. So I'd ask you to oppose the Garofalo amendment.
Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author of this portion of the bill pause for a question?
I'm sorry.
The amendment. No, not the amendment, but the Metza would.
He will yield. Representative Metza will yield. Representative Swedzinski.
I need to work on something. Just hang on a second. Thank you.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you. I wanted to wrap up arguments, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. So just a couple of things in response to my friends from the Iron Range Syndicate. First of all, Representative Anzels, you're right. Economic development is hard, right? And it doesn't make it any easier when we pound the private sector with higher taxes and unnecessary regulations and burdens that don't create jobs. And I don't want to turn this transportation policy bill into an energy bill, but you guys are the ones that put this in here. You're the ones who talked about this. If you want to talk about economic development from energy, let's take a look at what's happening in other states. For example, down on the coast of Louisiana and Houston right now, they're building a liquefied natural gas export facility to export the abundance of natural gas we have in our nation. One project, $11 billion of private sector investment. $11 billion of private sector investment. Now, you guys, Representative Metza talked about creating jobs. Well, we could send everybody else out of here with baseball bats and go smash 100 windows out of houses every single day for a week. And I suppose that would create some jobs for Anderson Windows or Marvin Windows, create some jobs for those who install and repair windows, but it's not helping the economy. It's not adding any growth. And the reality is the provision in this bill is the exact same strategy here. We're redistributing and moving money around in an inefficient fashion. And again, outside of the merits of the product specifically Silicon Energy, where they are very good at creating a Cadillac product, a very high-quality product with long durability and increased productivity. However, it's not always the best value for the taxpayer. And so we take a look at solar installations in places like Atlanta, Las Vegas, Houston, Phoenix. The overall footprint of solar is a separate conversation from this. However, I would just impart upon members to be aware of what you're doing. The train is leaving the station on American energy production, on America being energy independent. The future is in natural gas. We should be leveraging our relationship in close proximity to the state of North Dakota. This sort of stuff, it don't create jobs. It ain't helping anybody. And what you're doing is you're mandating in government that an already premiumly high-priced energy source, a source which in the energy bill the Democrats brought forward earlier this year was $204 a megawatt hour. That's what your bill did. Now, this is a frame of reference. There was a bill from Representative Moline for the Laurentian Energy Authority, a bill that we recognize. The only reason it exists is because legislators decided that they wanted to mandate that Xcel Energy buy a certain amount of energy from a certain producer at a certain price. That's $108 a megawatt hour, $109 a megawatt hour. And so what you're talking about is mandating in law energy source production at a rate that is even above that. As a frame of reference, your wind production, wind costs right now are about $38 to $40 per megawatt hour, and there's no value coming from this. So the idea that you are creating jobs in this state, that somehow you are helping, take a look at what is happening in other states who are succeeding, who are benefiting from the energy renaissance and manufacturing renaissance that are taking place across the nation. It's not in solar. Even for the jobs that you want to have in solar, it goes from the installation and maintenance from it, not from the manufacturing of it. And take a look at that one project. I'm happy to share it with you. I do think, Mr. Speaker, and there's some sort of ethical disclosure that I own shares in the company. I have to, the company, ticker symbol is LNG, Cheniere Energy, but the reality is that one project is $11 billion of private sector investment, and we're here goofing around with solar panels they don't need, in the vast majority of the cases, and mandating an ultra-premium price. Mr. Speaker and members, I would ask for a green vote on the A7 amendment.
Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Garofalo, I don't know that we're goofing around, because in my district, just north of me, there's a company called Rio. And I think, actually, Representative Van Zelt, that is in your district, I think. And it's a green renewable energy company that produces solar panels, solar thermal panels, and solar furnaces. And members, it's in Pine River, and it is a job base for many constituents in our area, just like was stated earlier. So anytime that we can, members, provide jobs, especially for the economically strapped area up north there in central Minnesota and northern Minnesota, is very, very important. So members, I rise asking you to vote red on the Garofalo amendment as well.
Representative Metsa.
Would Representative Garofalo yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Metsa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I couldn't quite hear, you said something about our product being like the Cadillac. Could you repeat those kind statements, please, Mr. Garofalo, for the record?
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Metsa, what I said is within the solar panel industry, it's generally recognized that Silicon Energy, and this is my assessment, not theirs, is the Cadillac of solar panel production. Their product is very high price, but it is very quality. It has very high productivity and very long durations of usability for many decades. But the thing is, the most expensive product is not always the one that's the best value for the taxpayer. And I would just submit to my friend, Representative Ward, if you think that a product is a good way to create jobs, then you have to have that product, you have to produce a product that people want at a price they're willing to pay. And the reality is the product that is being offered here, people are not willing to pay that price. And that's why it's not a job creator, it's not why it's more sustainable, and we have a track record in this state of previous decades of Iron Range legislators with the best of intentions, fighting for their districts, putting stuff like this in bills that don't work. The Laurentian Energy Authority is a perfect example of where the best of intentions from legislators, we are still cleaning up the mess years later. And so this is bad policy. It does not create jobs. There's not going to be a sustainable market for it because you do not have a product people want at a price they are willing to pay without the outside interference of government.
Representative Metsa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, thank you, Representative Garofalo. The reason I asked you that again was actually I wanted to let you know that the long-term cost savings of installing these panels due to just natural wear and tear, ours last longer, and I think, again, Representative Moline made a good point, that these are Minnesota taxpayer dollars. We want good, durable products, and if we're going to spend the money on solar and put them on bus stops and other things that we've talked about on the Transportation Committee, I want them to last. The ones we have, little squirrels get in there or something, there's no wires to chew on, so a squirrel's not going to take out the whole solar panel, and we're in good shape there. So thank you, Representative Garofalo.
Further discussion. Representative Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't going to jump into this, and I know that the author of the amendment has already said that he's trying to get some final, but there's just too much fodder not to say something at least. I mean, you've kind of made the case for us on the other side. It's hard to believe, it was a president in the 90s from your party that was for NAFTA. And now we're arguing that we need to make sure that our economy only buys from our state. Well, there's a lot of other products that are manufactured right here in Minnesota. That'd be great if we could just say, well, if you're in the DNR and you need a snowmobile or some kind of utility vehicle, the only thing you can buy is Polaris or some other name or make that's made in Minnesota. And of course, the folks in the Northeast would probably love that, but the fact is, what would that do potentially to cost? And Representative Moline, when you got up and you said, well, the taxpayers paid $2.1 million for solar panels. Well, members, how much are we going to pay for solar panels if we limit who we can buy from to two? This is like Economics 101, the first couple of chapters of supply and demand that you get in an economics class in high school or your freshman year in college. This is absolutely nonsense. I didn't brought up all the other issues related to campaign funds and the like, because that went over like a bad balloon, right? But the fact is, folks, that we're making bad economic policy. Bad economic policy. We're not going to help anybody grow. We're just going to rob more taxpayer money to pay people who, if their product is that good, they're selling around the world, and it's called good old competition. That's what this country was founded on. Free enterprise. So members, if you don't get it, this is really bad policy. It's amazing how much of it's in this bill, which should have been a simple policy bill that we all should have been able to vote on, has gotten to this. vote red or vote green on this amendment. And if it doesn't go on, vote red on this bill.
Further discussion to the amendment. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, very early in the session we had a tax bill come over from the Senate, and it dealt with this issue of this Silicon Energy, and I got up and talked about campaign contributions and the impact that this particular energy company had in the bill. And members, there are members in our chamber here, the folks who are on the IRRB board, who make these decisions for them to provide these state subsidies for this particular company, Silicon Energy, which has provided preference in this bill for these inefficient technologies that were talked about earlier. But we have contributions from the parent company of this firm from California, Newport Partners, giving out dozens of campaign contributions to members in our chamber.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Mullane, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to a point of order under Mason's 1.24, questioning the members' motives. A member is out of order if they are questioning the member's motives. It is not the person but the measure that is the subject of the debate. Representative Drazkowski is, I think, out of order, Mr. Speaker.
Members, I will defer ruling on the Mullane point of order, but just issue a general reminder that we should stick to the substance before us and not impugn others' motives or imply anything about them. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, I would just remind the body that we have ethical guidelines that guide this particular body. And I will leave it at that. As members, as you vote on this particular amendment, I would urge you to adhere to the best of ethical decisions. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Erhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I remember it, the Chinese are making these and dumping them on the world market because they're subsidized. They come in below what your normal cost of production would be. That's in solar panels. And if we think back about what Minnesota did to get the iron mining industry started, you know that Minnesota has subsidized startup companies before, and if this is a subsidy for them, then that's what we should be doing to grow these companies, to incubate them and send them on their way. And then one day when they can produce at a lower cost, then we can cut them loose and change the rules at that time. But right now, they're looking for an opportunity to develop a company. And we have one, as a matter of fact, in Bloomington that will also receive the benefit. So we should put down this Garofalo amendment. You know, I have for years listened to, not recently, but for years listened to Recavina with the same type of thing, and I realized that the next generation representing the range is coming through with the same thoughts and good thoughts. So let's vote no on this.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Garofalo.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Erhardt, to compare the creation of solar panels and manufacture of solar panels to the iron ore and taconite mining of the Iron Range is so beyond comparison. I don't even know how. I can't believe we lost to you guys. That's what I'm thinking right now. That's the message I'm thinking in my head. Is the reality is this technology was a bubble that has popped. We're going to have a debate about the energy policy bill at some point in the future. You're talking about bills that are pricing energy at over $200 a megawatt hour. As a frame of reference, this is wholesale. At a retail level, there are members in this body whose districts retail are buying it at $8 a megawatt hour. Wind is about $40 a megawatt hour. And beyond that, you are mandating that government, if it buys solar, is going to buy it at a premium above $200 a megawatt hour. And above that, it's an intermittent power source. It's not even always on. You're not going to be able to attach natural gas or nuclear generators or coal-fired power plants to these distributed facilities. So it's very common sense. It makes absolutely no economic sense. Doesn't create any jobs. I can't believe people are going to vote against it. But this is, as Governor Dayton said in a comment yesterday, elections matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion to the amendment? Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 56 ayes and 70 noes, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. Clerk will report the amendment.
Howell moving to amend Senate File 1270 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A13.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, what this amendment does, and as we all believe in safe routes to school, what this does is amend that to the point where, in order to be eligible for a Safe Route to Schools grant, you must have in your subdivision ordinance, you must plan for these routes. Otherwise, what I'm afraid we're going to do is we're going to continue to go back and political subdivisions, cities and towns will continue not to plan for these safe routes to schools, and we'll have to continue to use state dollars and funding to go back and put those safe routes to schools in. This will make it so if you don't have it now, we'll go back and help you fix that. You'll be eligible for those grants. But if you continue not to plan for these routes, we're not going to fund it. You're going to have to do it on your own. So basically what this says is, yeah, we'll forgive you for your past inequities and your past practice of not putting them in. But now that we brought this forward and we all believe in safe routes to schools, by gosh, put it in your subdivision ordinance and plan for those safe routes to schools. Put those sidewalks in, put those bike routes in, and be proactive and plan for it, and not rely on the state to continue to come back and fund these things after we've already done it. So that's really what the amendment does, is it actually tells the cities out there that, hey, if you want to be eligible for a safe routes to schools, you best put it in your subdivision ordinances that you're going to require these from your developers. Thank you.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Portman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The Safe Routes to School bill was my bill, and I was happy to be up in the Transportation Policy or Transportation Finance Committee back in March, and there were no amendments offered to my bill at that time. I think I understand Representative Howe's point of view, but I think this is the wrong way to go about it. What the amendment would do would be to restrict local decision making and would require a bunch of work to be done that may not be necessary. The practical reality is these projects are awarded on a competitive grant basis, and the successful projects are partnerships between cities, counties, and school districts. And so the coordination and the thoughtfulness that Representative Howe would like to see is happening on these projects, and I don't think we need to micromanage what's going on in statute. And I think if it was a good idea, we should have talked about it maybe in committee and had the counties and the cities come in and share their perspective. So I would encourage members to vote no.
Further discussion? Further discussion? Representative Howe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and Representative Hortman. And you're right. I didn't have this idea when the Safe Routes to School came through. But after it did, we had this discussion back in my district, and that's where this came from. And I don't want to see us continue to go down that road of the whole state going back to local areas and continuing to fund this because someone else will do it. I think it's imperative that cities have a capital improvement plan, and they know where their schools are going to be. They know where these things need to be, and they should put it in their plan ahead of time. We shouldn't be continuing to fund poor planning at the local level. This just sends an indicator to the locals that, hey, if you want to participate in this program, plan for it. That's all we're asking. You don't have to do anything extra. Just put it in your capital improvement plan, put it in your subdivision ordinance, that, hey, we need to take a look at this, and you need to plan for it if you decide that you're going to participate in the Safe Routes to Schools grant program. That's all. And if they aren't required to put it in there, if they don't want a Safe Routes to Schools grant. So if they want the money, put it in, plan for it, and we'll gladly look at your grant and hopefully fix your past practice. That's all we ask. I ask for a green vote to actually be, we need to be good with taxpayer dollars, and I don't want to fund poor planning. That's all this is.
Further discussion. Representative Hortman.
Mr. Speaker, I'd request a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Further discussion to the amendment. Further discussion. Seeing no, Representative Howe.
I'll withdraw the amendment.
Representative Howe withdraws the amendment. There's another amendment at the desk. Clerk will report the amendment.
Runbeck moving to amend Senate File 1270 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A28.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members, this amendment deals with Section 47 in the bill. This is an amendment, or this section of the bill got a lot of discussion in committee. It is referring to some limited liability, and it was very difficult to get answers as to who and what special interest group was being given special treatment, preference, what have you, in the area of liability. And if you take a look at that section, you'll see that there are a number of U.S. Federal laws that are cited, but no description, no definition of what those federal laws do. And it was very frustrating in committee because there were just no answers. So there's still a lot of ambiguity about what this section is all about. And first of all, Mr. Speaker, I wonder if Representative Erhardt would yield to a question.
He will yield. Representative Runbeck.
Thank you. And Representative, could you describe for the members what Section 47 does, what its intent is, and what these federal laws are adding into the discussion?
Representative Erhardt.
Mr. Speaker and Representative, there's a Representative Runbeck. There is a guy that's more familiar with this than I am, Representative Sundin. I would like to yield to him for this subject.
Representative Erhardt, since Representative Runbeck has the floor, she could separately ask Representative Sundin to yield.
Mr. Speaker, yes. Representative Sundin, would you please yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Runbeck.
Representative Sundin, I'm referring, and you know this, the section of law. I wonder if you could give us a description of what that is doing, what the intent is there.
Representative Sundin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Runbeck. I'd be glad to. Overall, this bill allows DOT to contract with carriers that will operate rail lines into the future here in Minnesota. And it also guides the DOT's authority to require federal labor and safety standards that will protect Minnesota's investments in those rail lines.
Representative Runbeck.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members, this is the same sort of dead end that we got in committee. We don't really understand yet, and I wonder if we could get that answer. It seems to me this, we shouldn't be voting on something we don't have information on. Whose liability is being transferred to whom? What does it mean for recovery of damages, for possibly members of the public who might be involved with some mishap with a railroad agency or a railroad passenger service, that kind of thing? Could you get to the bottom of this for us, please, Representative?
Representative Sundin will yield. Representative Sundin.
Thank you very much. As far as liability issues regarding the interaction with the general public and the railroads, there are limitations in Minnesota statute that protect entities, and as far as the standards that are set forth in the national rail statutes, they establish pension funds, they establish safety standards for the railroads that will be operating.
Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I hope you're listening to this. We have no idea what this is really doing. We've got 4 different areas of federal law that are being cited. The Federal Employees Liability Act, the Federal Railroad Safety Laws, the Railway Labor Act, the Railroad Retirement Act, and we are not really being given any insight into what these various acts do. So we're still in the dark. And this is really not a bill that should be going forward. So I would urge your yes vote on my amendment.
Further discussion to the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like a roll call, please.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion to the amendment. Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 53 ayes and 72 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Runbeck moving to amend Senate File 1270 that is amended as follows. The amendment is coded A15.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members, we're going to try it again. This is the same section of law. It's the same area of questioning. What this amendment would do is to simply say that this piece of the section of law will not go into effect until we've had a series of public hearings that further disclose what is being dealt with here. What are the issues regarding recovery of damages if a member of the public is involved in accidents regarding passenger rail, light rail, what have you? We still don't have a clue. And it seems to me that if it is members of the public, we'll have a difficulty getting recovery on damages, that we need to have public hearings in order to discover and learn what's happening here. So please vote green.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Erhardt.
I would ask Representative Runbeck to talk to Representative Sundin.
Representative Erhardt, you have the floor.
I have the floor. I will ask Representative Sundin to comment on the question at hand. Thank you.
He will yield. Representative Sundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chairman Erhardt. And thank you, Representative Runbeck, for your questions and your concerns about this. It was actually a study done in 2009 at the behest of Congressman Oberstar in relation to these issues and how they affect some municipalities. And it was found that there are no adverse effects as far as implementing labor law in the states here. And actually, Minnesota code does cover some of these limits and punitive damages for municipalities. In 466.04, it describes a maximum liability. It would be in line 7. There's a $1,500,000 limitation of claims arising for a single occurrence for claims arising after July 1st, 2009. So thank you for your concerns, and I urge a red vote.
Further discussion to the amendment? Representative Erhardt.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask for a roll call on this.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Erhardt.
And would suggest that we vote no on the Runbeck amendment.
Further discussion to the amendment? Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I think this is a troubling precedent. We've got numerous areas of federal law being cited, and no one is giving us the benefit of knowing exactly what is happening. I've never seen anything quite like this, frankly. We can't be enlightened as to what is going on. What are the interactions between railroads or light rail trains or municipalities, members of the public? What is going on? We're talking about liability. So somebody is having liability transferred to them, somebody is having liability limited, somebody is having liability removed. So what are the special interests getting some preferential treatment? And really what is happening if it's a member of the public who is somehow caught in the middle? So the precedent is disturbing. This is the second time we have seen federal code, being imported into our own statutes, and I think that's a crazy precedent as well. I don't understand why we would do something like that. So I would urge folks to be very wary. Let us not be surprised. Let us not find out after the fact that we have done something we're going to regret. So members, please vote green.
Further discussion to the amendment? Representative Erhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand that MnDOT looked at the details of this and concurred with the effort here to do what we're doing. So, Representative Hornstein, would you reveal that? And I think you were involved with the MnDOT's perusal of this.
He will yield. Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chair Erhardt. There was a hearing in the Transportation Policy Bill on the Sundin bill that's being attempted to be taken out of this larger policy bill. And what we wanted to do is get MnDOT and some representatives of the United Transportation Union together to hash out some of this language to make sure that there wouldn't be the types of issues that Representative Runbeck is raising. And so we had a series of negotiations, and it was concluded at the end language was changed and altered, and so that there would be no unusual or untoward or unexpected consequences to this language. We're simply conforming with long-standing federal law, and it's to avoid any kinds of confusions as we develop passenger rail moving into the future. So there's peace in the valley. Everyone is fine with this language. There were concerns raised by MnDOT initially to this, and that's why we attempted to make sure that everything was smoothed over.
Representative Erhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Hornstein. So let's just vote no on this amendment and sail away. Thank you.
Further discussion to the amendment?
Mr.
Representative
Speaker,
Runbeck.
just one last comment. Frankly, members, I don't know why we've gotten any comfort. Various folks have spoken about this. We have no further insight or information into really what is happening. We know that federal law regarding railroads is very important when it comes to crossings, when it comes to liability at railroad crossings. But that there's going to be some liability transferred here, I think, is a big concern. It's not too long ago that the big Burlington Northern lawsuit was settled. The crossing accident that happened in the city of Anoka, where 4 teenagers were killed. I think the liability there was extreme, and some very untoward behavior on the part of the railroad, et cetera, et cetera. So we're not hearing the story here. There's a little bit of a cover-up. I don't think this is something that this body is used to. And I'm disturbed. I hope the rest of you are disturbed. Certainly it shouldn't be happening here when we are discussing most every issue in minute detail. So this is very peculiar, very disturbing, and I do urge a green vote.
Seeing no further discussion, clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 53 ayes and 72 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Follows moving to amend Senate File 1270 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A14.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Faust.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very simple amendment, and what it is have to do with is dealing with the exemption that farmers have to exceed the time restrictions that most commercial carriers have. This was brought to me by the co-ops and the ag suppliers from the state, and so what it does is it extends that distance from 100 miles to 150 miles from their point of operation, that they can drive and still have that exemption. And it also includes the ag supply people in the spring when they're hauling fertilizer out to the farmers, to their spreaders and that type of thing, that it extends it to them as well. So it's a very simple bill, and I hope you'll all vote green. Thank you.
Discussion of the amendment. Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Faust, for bringing this amendment forward. It's a very positive amendment to help out the rural areas and agriculture, and I'd ask for your support. Thank you.
Representative Anderson P.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker and members, and Representative Faust. I also want to say thanks for the amendment. In one aspect where it may come into effect, there's a major pipeline that supplies propane gas to central Minnesota that may be switching to other products in the near future. And if that happens, the trucks are going to have to go further and further away to pick up their product. So this bill is going to be very important to allow those trucks both the time and the miles to get that job done for the busy farmers in the spring and the fall. So thank you, and vote green on this amendment.
Further discussion to the amendment. Representative Erhardt.
I think it's a good bill for the rural areas, so we urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Norris moving to amend Senate File 1270 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A27.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Nornis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very short amendment. When the current legislation dealing with mini trucks was passed in 2009, the author that year put a sunset on that legislation. And we have extended that one time already, and it's due again in 2014. This amendment simply does away with that, and so there will be no more sunset. The legislation would continue until we decide to do something different, and that's possible. But right now we're just trying to remove that sunset, and Mr. Speaker, that's the amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion to the amendment? Representative Erhardt.
We've been having some conversations about mini trucks, and problems are, of course, that they're not built for American roads, but for Japanese pastures, I guess, Toyotas, and golf courses and other things. And so we've been trying to keep them off the roads for the moment till they pass inspections that are comparable to American cars, or safety specs for MnDOT and or other federal agencies. So I think we should vote no on this and not monkey with the sunset date as it's scheduled. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Further discussion to the amendment? Representative Nornis.
Mr. Speaker, members, we're not doing anything to change current legislation. Your counties, your townships, your cities can right now authorize those vehicles if they choose to do that. There's about 11 counties, I think, in Minnesota right now that do that. So we're not changing that. All we're saying is that there's no reason to have a sunset on this legislation and move forward. Thank you very much.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the amendment, please signify by... Representative Erhardt.
I was going to ask for a roll call, Mr. Speaker.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Erhardt. Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 58 ayes and 66 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Holberg moving to amend Senate File 1270, the second engrossment as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A12.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is, albeit a last-minute attempt in talking to some of the people that frequent the Capitol and come to our hearings. They use Metro Mobility. A common theme is their frustration with this service. Systems that break down, vans that are late, and in fact on more than a handful of occasions I've had the opportunity to try and help people that are sitting outside the SOB waiting for their ride. I've talked to drivers that quite frankly, with both the person waiting for the ride and myself, can't even understand what they're saying, let alone where they are in trying to get the pickup vehicle to the right location to pick up the person. Sometimes they're sitting out in the cold waiting. A lot of frustration. There was a request that at a very late date that I do a bill to have some type of audit of Metro Mobility and how they're serving their clients, and wasn't able to do that, and would figure that there would be a cost to it. But given the recent model with the Ombudsman's office and the Department of Transportation, was hoping that this body would support legislation that would require that there be an ombudsman for the users of the Metro Mobility service, so that they might have a central point person to try and resolve issues, and hopefully we'll begin to get some data on how prevalent the problems are and look at what we need to do, if anything, to address them, and I would appreciate your support.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Erhardt. Discussion of the amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Erhardt, are you standing to offer your amendment to the amendment?
I am.
Members, there's an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Erhardt moving to amend the Holberg amendment to Senate File 1270 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 065.
To the author of the amendment to the amendment, Representative Erhardt.
Mr. Speaker and members, I've thought about this for a long, long time. You know, the fact is that we need some protection here. We need some people that we can talk to that make sense, that will be a go-between between us. I have to admit, they drafted this wrong. I wasn't concerned about the public. We have to stand with the public. What I was concerned about is the Speaker of the House and the President of the Senate. I think that's where we need an omnibus. And so I really appreciate your support on this. This is a new concept, I know that, but since we're getting into the market of creating cushions for various groups, including the Met Council or the whatever you got here, Metro Mobility, I think it makes more sense for us to have at our beck and call someone that we can go to and that they will intercede with leadership. Now, is there anybody here that doesn't think that's a good idea? I see no one objecting to that. Now, I just have a little fun with you, Representative Holberg. I'm going to withdraw the amendment and suggest that we vote yes on Representative Holberg's amendment.
He's withdrawing this.
Okay, good. Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, Representative Erhardt, I was just quite surprised because you're just such an agreeable guy that everybody loves and you get along so well with everybody. I was surprised that you would see any need for ombudsman in the legislature. But as long as you're going to withdraw the amendment and ask for support on my amendment, I think I'll just leave it at that.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Runbeck moving to amend Senate File 1270 to second engrossment as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 829.
Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to withdraw that amendment.
Representative Runbeck withdraws her amendment. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Moline moving to amend Senate File 1270. The second engrossment is amended as follows. The amendment is coded A31.
Representative Erhardt to the Moline amendment.
Mr. Speaker, is the Moline amendment, is Moline around or no?
The Moline amendment is before us. Do you have any comments on it?
What? She here? Okay. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to let Representative Moline speak to her initiative here.
That's terrific. Representative Moline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I apologize, I'm a little winded. I have the A31 amendment. And members, all this does is expand the Ignition Interlock program to the pilot program. Sorry, I need to catch my breath. Apparently I'm really out of shape. Members, the current Ignition Interlock program became effective through statute on July 1st, 2011. Under that statute, there's an employer exemption, or exception, I guess I should say, to the Ignition Interlock program, where if you get written consent from your employer, you don't have to use the Ignition Interlock on your employer-owned vehicles. My amendment expands it to the pilot program, which actually ended in 2011, but there are still about 650 Minnesotans in the pilot program. And so it would be the same as the current statute, where if your employer gave you written consent, you would be able to use your vehicles at work without the Ignition Interlock. And I just want members to know that the Department of Public Safety is supportive of this language. It did have a full hearing in Transportation Policy Committee and pass out of there. So I would stand for any questions and ask for your support.
Any discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 1270 as amended.
Mr. Speaker?
Representative Erhardt.
I think we have two amendments, A1, Abler, and an amendment to the amendment. Can we...
He withdrew those amendments.
He did withdraw?
But hold on for 1 second, Representative Erhardt.
Can he do it for me?
Members, we're going to reconsider. The amendments were withdrawn, but someone else, I think, is going to offer them. So if it's okay, we're going to move, if someone would move to reconsider third reading.
Mr. Speaker, so moved.
Representative Garofalo moves to reconsider third reading. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. So there is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hackbarth moving to amend Senate File 1270 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A1.
And Representative Hackbarth, do you want to offer the amendment right now too? So there's an amendment to the amendment at the desk as well.
Hackbarth moving to amend the Hackbarth amendment to Senate File 1270, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 064.
Representative Hackbarth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment to the amendment, members, first of all, the original amendment is for some signage that needs to be placed at Highway 47 and McKinley Street in Anoka. And the second amendment, the amendment to the amendment, just says that the City of Anoka will pay for the signs. So I talked to Representative Erhardt. Representative Erhardt's okay with that. There's no cost to it. I would appreciate your support.
Representative Erhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative. I think we have to vote on the amendment first, and I would support the 23 amendment to the 0A1 amendment.
All right, on the amendment to the amendment. Any further discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion prevails. We're now on the Hackbarth original amendment as amended. Representative Erhardt.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is part and parcel of the same thought, so we should support the A1 amendment as amended.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. No amendments, more further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 1270 as amended.
Third reading. Discussion to the bill. Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you're asking yourself, am I going to vote for this bill or am I going to vote against this bill? Just a couple of thoughts. If you like the fact that in this bill we continue to siphon off funding from roads to transit, if you like that in this bill we are continuing to the plans with investing $30 billion in light rail transit systems, when the expected usage of that system is going to be that only 4% of commuters are ever going to use this system for getting to work. If you like the idea that what MnDOT seems to be saying right now is that standards of efficiency, technology, and lower costs in road building don't matter so much, if you like the fact that road lanes are being ceded to bike traffic,
Mr. Speaker,
what bill is
Representative
that you vote no? Thank you. That's
Runbeck
Representative Runbeck has the floor. Representative Erhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, if you liked all those things, I would suggest that you vote yes. And if you are unhappy with that direction in MnDOT policy, transportation policy, then I urge you to vote red.
Any further discussion? Representative Erhardt, any closing comments?
Mr. Speaker, it's been a long and boring afternoon, but thank you all for sticking around. So let's pass it, and we'll move on to whatever comes next. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 77 ayes and 47 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 825. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 825, the first engrossment, an act relating to health.
Representative Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The modifications contained in this bill are the result of the recommendations from the Medical Practice Work Group, which was created by the 2012 legislature. The work group was charged with analyzing the Medical Practice Act to ensure that it was, quote, effectively protecting the safety and well-being of Minnesotans and allowing transparency, end quote. The work group found that there was no meaningful public safety or transparency gaps or issues regarding the Act. However, the work group did identify areas where housekeeping legislation could improve the Act, and some of those recommendations are contained in this bill. There's minor changes. One change is to regarding on the last two sections regarding the diversionary program, and the reason for those provisions in the bill is that the work group recommended adding the language to clarify the purpose of the Health Professional Services Program, as well as those who may participate in that program. And there was some confusion as to why those particular allied health professions were included, because they are not required to be licensed. But in fact, the board, although the board has primary jurisdiction over medical doctors, state law also gives the board certain regulatory responsibilities over professionals who are referred to as allied health professionals, and this just makes clear that those professions are eligible to participate in the program. And if there's any questions regarding any particular provisions, I can answer those, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker.
There are no amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 825.
Third reading. Any discussion to the bill? Seeing no discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. Kiefer votes aye. There being 125 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 590. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 590 on the calendar for today, the first engrossment, an act relating to crime.
Representative Hilstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, this bill was brought to me through the Governor's office. It is an initiative of the Metropolitan Council. Members, what we have seen is that there have been a growing number of assaults that have been taken on bus drivers while they are in fact driving the bus. And so one of the things that happens is bodily fluids are put on them. They are actually physically assaulted while the bus is in operation. And this really leads to safety concerns, not only for the bus driver, but also for the passengers who are riding on the bus. So what this does is it places the criminal penalty at a gross misdemeanor instead of a misdemeanor for this kind of offense. Remember, it has had broad support through the process, and I ask for your support. I do have an amendment, Mr. Speaker, in order to put it in proper form.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hilstrom moving to amend House File 590, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 539.
Representative Hilstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as the court proceeds to e-filing, we need to make certain that our statutes are delineated very clearly, and so this amendment just puts the bill in the proper form. It makes no substantive change.
Any discussion of the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Uglum moving to amend House File 590, the first engrossment as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A2.
Representative Uglum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a relatively simple amendment. It includes taxi cab drivers in terms of protected people under this amendment. Over the years, of course, we've got police officers, firefighters, prison guards, and we've expanded this over the years now with school officials, agricultural, OSHA inspectors, public health nurses, postal workers, utility workers were just added. And the thought came to me that the poor taxi drivers frequently have severe problems with this, and I think it would be just a much better bill if we could do this. I'll stand for any questions, but thank you very much.
Representative Hilstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if Representative Uglum would yield to a question.
He will yield. Representative Hilstrom.
Thank you. Representative Uglum, did you introduce this as a bill? Has the issue been heard? Has there been any public testimony about this issue?
Representative Uglum.
Representative Hilstrom, no, there has not. I believe it's basically probably just an oversight that we missed this when we're talking about everybody else that's in the bill. And I apologize, I guess we could have talked a little earlier, but I was so engrossed with the transportation issues today, I didn't get a chance to talk to you.
Representative Hilstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Uglum. Members, at this point, I don't want to take this amendment, and I would ask that you vote no. Members, this has specifically set out some particular folks who really are in a position where most of them are providing public service while these assaults are taking place. And while I'm not necessarily opposed to doing taxi drivers, I just want to make sure that it's warranted putting them in this special category or special class of people who have an additional protection. Because, members, under current law, if that assault took place, it would already be a misdemeanor. This just is to determine whether or not they deserve to have the elevated level of protection. And this is really typically a private business who is a taxi cab driver and not someone who is doing public service.
Representative Uglum.
Mr. Speaker, would Representative Hilstrom yield?
She will. Representative Uglum.
Representative Hilstrom, you know, sometimes I look at taxi drivers and I think they are doing a public service. Basically, they provide an alternative to public transportation, and they are available to anyone in the public. And we all know, after looking at the news and everything else, that taxi drivers, it is a very dangerous profession, not only just in this city but in other cities. And there have been, some of the working hours that they do, some of the places that they go, some of the things that they are subjected to. I think this would provide them additional protection that they need.
Representative
Hilstrom, I can't change your mind then, huh?
I guess, are you asking her to yield? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Representative Hilstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Uglum, I'd actually ask if you'd consider withdrawing it. Maybe we can work on it over the interim, see if they should be, and if there are any others that also are missed that should be in this class. I just want to make sure that we take the proper testimony and make certain that this group should be in or out of this additional protected class.
Representative Uglum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hilstrom, I will withdraw my motion if we can work on this soon. Thank you.
Representative Uglum withdraws his amendment. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Johnson B. moving to amend House File 590, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A3.
Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, members, during the Public Safety Committee, we heard very compelling testimony and witnessed some pretty graphic video of some of the assaults that occur to our valuable and vulnerable transit operators while they're operating the buses. My amendment is to, if the transit operators choose to carry on their persons electronic incapacitation device, more commonly known as a taser, with them for the protection of themselves and the other passengers with them, that they must show that they have had proper training in that device. Currently, law enforcement officers are required to be trained in the proper uses of the taser, and this bill states that they also have to show that they've been properly trained. By Minnesota Statute 624.731 Subdivision 10, the law currently allows them to carry tasers with them while they're performing their duties should the personnel policy of the transit authority allow them to carry them. This just makes it so that they have to show that they've been properly trained. And I ask for your support of this amendment.
Representative Hilstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, I just wanted to make it clear that the Metropolitan Council does not support this amendment. Even if their drivers were properly trained to use tasers, almost all of the situations where their drivers are assaulted comes as a surprise to the driver, and a taser would not help prevent the assault. And in fact, the Metropolitan Council believes that the taser could end up in the hands of the assailant and could make the situation even worse. And so they would, and I would encourage you to vote no.
Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Hilstrom, I am aware that the Met Council does not allow their drivers to carry them, but this bill is for a statewide, not just for the Met Council area. Could be, a lot of us have what's called the Heartland Express in our area. If their policy does not prevent them, they could actually carry a taser with them. Duluth Transit Authority, we don't know if they have a policy against it or not. Down in Rochester, St. Cloud, Moorhead, if they do not have a policy against this, the driver could be carrying a taser at this time. And this amendment just makes it required that they have to provide that they've had proper training to use that taser.
Seeing no Representative Hilstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at this point, I would ask for a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 49 ayes and 73 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 590, as amended.
Third reading. Any further discussion on the bill? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. There being 119 ayes and 5 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 1284. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 1284, First Engrossment, an act relating to commerce.
Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a bill related to how transactions are held at or occur at gas stations. At this point, what the bill does in 1284 is we're going to ask that gas station or cities do not enact ordinances that prevent people from pumping gas and then going into stores and purchasing items. We had one case where a city enacted an ordinance that made purchase prepay for gas only. And since then, that city has taken that ordinance off the books, and even sounds like council members have lost their seats over the issue. It was quite unpopular. However, the concern from our small business owners in our communities was that it may in the future be a situation where a city may want to enact this type of ordinance, and they would prefer that this not be allowed to happen. Quite frankly, it is one of those things where the League of Minnesota Cities expressed some concern over us getting involved with a bit of local control issue. I happen to think that one of the things that we put in place here was this legislator granted authority to the Minnesota Petroleum Marketers Association and groups to do the investigations for gas drive-offs, and they've done a very good job at that. And one of the biggest concerns was the demands on the local police departments. And we've helped rectify those problems as well. And I think this is a good measure at this point, and I'd urge a green vote on the bill.
Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I'd like to also ask for a green vote on this bill. Last session, if you guys remember, if you were here before, this bill, we kind of addressed some of this. A certain city within the state had a provision that made it actually a crime to sell gasoline and in this manner. And so really this is a good next step. We tried to do this 2 years ago. I appreciate Representative Schoen for taking this up and moving this forward. This is a great bill that really allows businesses and customers to do their transaction in a manner that they deem fit.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Pepin moving to amend House File 1284, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A2.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Representative Schoen, I think you have a good bill. This would make it even better. Members, some of you have been here for a while, known that I've been passionate about this issue and have tried to get it passed probably since the first time I was here. And what it would do is it would remove a mandate in state law that requires gas stations to sell gas at 6% or 8 cents above wholesale cost. This is an issue of free market. If you think about it, you wouldn't sell hammers. You wouldn't go into a community and say you have to sell hammers at a certain price or oranges, or if there was competition at a coffee shop, you wouldn't say, gee, we have to sell coffee at a minimum price because a new coffee shop is opening up. And so yesterday, Representative Liebling had a good amendment, and she talked about the free market and competition and things like that, and that's really what this is about. Now, I know some of my good friends, possibly even on this side of the aisle, are going to stand up and ask you to vote against this amendment. But I want to address some of the issues that I think that they'll be talking about and explain to you why I think that they're overreaching. They're probably going to stand up and say that what's going to happen is the Walmarts of the world or the Costcos are going to come into small towns and they're going to drive the other businesses out because they're going to artificially lower their prices, and then once they've driven the little gas station out of business, that the Walmart or the Costco is going to raise the cents up. But I just wanted to let you know that the Federal Trade Commission has done studies on this, and first of all, they found it was a report done by the United States Department of Energy, and they found They've investigated those allegations and found no evidence that predatory pricing is a problem anywhere in the country over a 20-year period. Further, the FTC released several studies that found that minimum gas markup laws deter pro-competitive prices for consumers. So members, when this was passed in 2001, gas prices were around $1 a gallon. Now when we're between $3.50 and $4 a gallon, people are struggling to fill up their gas tanks, but we can do something about competition. We can do something to lower those prices, and what we can do is remove this silly mandate that requires this industry to sell gas at an 8% or an 8-cent increase over what they get it from wholesalers. This isn't something we do with other things like hardware stores or grocery stores, coffee shops, and we shouldn't be doing it here either. So I respectfully ask for a green vote.
Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I would like to respectfully request a no vote on the Pepin amendment. This is a bill that was put into law that I carried some years ago to do exactly as Representative Pepin described. What you had, I'm all for competition. Competition's a great thing, but predatory pricing is not part of any type of fair competition. So if you favor the big box stores, the Walmarts, that can come in, and they've done this in areas, and they lower the price, they drive everybody else around them out of business, and then they can do whatever they want to with the prices. Just so we know who's lining up here, if you want to go with Walmart, fine, vote green. If you want to support your local petroleum retailers, your holiday stations, your Super Americas, and your Quick Trips, then you will vote red on this amendment. So members, please vote red.
Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And Representative Pepin was speaking of comparing gasoline to the sale of hammers and other commodities. And I would just like to cite from 1937, the state of Minnesota statute 325D.04, which prohibited any retailer, wholesaler, subjobber, or vending machine operator engaged in business within this state from selling any commodity, article, goods, wares, or merchandise at less than the cost thereof for the purpose or with the effect of injuring or destroying competition. I urge opposition.
Representative Uglum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I rise in support of the Pepin amendment. I got to say that Walmart and Costco, of course, are very, very stiff competition, but the holidays and Super Americas of the world certainly can compete with them. It is a free market, and I've often wondered so many times just how gasoline prices always seem to go up 10 or 20 cents a gallon. Memorial Day, 4th of July, Labor Day. To me, there's some price gouging going on in the marketplace. I would like to see competition. Even a small service station operator buys his gas through a mobile or some other big jobber. I think they can compete. And I guess I've really never seen anything quite like this, where you have, when you're in business, you are guaranteed a profit margin, no matter what. You're in business, you're guaranteed a profit margin. Pretty sweet. So I think Representative Pepin has a very good idea. Thank you.
Representative Gunther.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I also urge you to vote red against Pepin's amendment. I look at the U.S. Supreme Court in 1986, a little later than that, said selling below cost is unfair competition and identified as predatory pricing and pricing before an appropriate measure of cost for the purpose of eliminating competitors in the short run and reducing competition in the long run is a practice that harms both competitors and competition. And they use the site of Cargill versus Monfort in Colorado. And I look at Who are these people we're talking about? 80% of them are small, independent, family-owned businesses. And with Walmart, who has the buying capacity that can squelch out everybody, they're not friendly to their employees, to competition of anybody, is an unfair comparison, because you look at the retail price of $3.55 per gallon, then you go to the terminal price, where they buy their fuel from, is $2.94. State and federal taxes 46.9 cents. Freight to get the gas there is 5.4 cents. Gross margin 82.6 cents. Credit card 5 cents. Net margin $3, 3.34 cents. Less than 10%, folks, is what they're making, and I don't see that as predatory pricing. What Representative Pepin wants to do is they want these gas stations, these mom and pop gas stations, to lose money, and they don't pump the gallonage that the big ones do at Walmarts and Costco's. Please vote red.
Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Mr. Speakers and members. I've been here for a couple of defenses of the Greg Davids law, and it is a good law. I speak to the half a dozen small gas stations in and around my neighborhood. For whatever reason, I don't always go to the same one, but catch up with some of these people. Realize that it takes about 45 gallons of gas sold to make up for 1 gallon of a drive-off. This 8 cents does not equate to a huge profit. Almost half of these small gas stations say they would be better off with all the trouble of selling gas and the drive-offs and the loss of money that they already do. But they have to continue to sell gas so they can sell the stuff in their small stores. Representative Pepin, I know you've tried to do this time and time again. You know, you were wrong back then. You're wrong this time. I always admire perseverance, but I hope all of the members vote red on this, because this really would hurt small businesses.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members who've spoken on it so far. I just wanted to talk about a few more things that some of the comments brought up. Representative Gunther talked about a 1986 report, and I just wanted to point out the report of the Federal Trade Commission. There's one in 2003 and 2005. I don't believe there have been any reports since. I couldn't find any. I saw several letters to many, many different states that basically had the same message, but most of them were in the mid 2005, 2006 range. But so the information I have from the FTC says that studies show that anti-competitive below-cost sales of motor fuels are especially unlikely. And it says, we believe that if followed by retailers, the act will likely restrict competition and leads to higher prices for consumers. So that's actually more recent than the Representative Gunther information. And one other thing I wanted to point out is that if members get a chance, just a little bit further down in this chapter in 325D.04, there's already protections. It already prevents any retailer, wholesaler, subjobber, or vending machine operator in the state from selling below cost, as do federal antitrust laws. So really this is not necessary. There's already protection, and that's going to protect them from these fears that I know some of my colleagues have. So there really isn't anything that we should be afraid of. Representative Erhardt, he mentioned some laws that were passed in 1937 during a very difficult, very different time in the economy. I don't think that was particularly relevant. But members, really what this is all about is, if you think that we should have competition in the market, and if you believe in if you believe in our economy, and you believe that businesses should be able to go where they want and operate and have an equal shot at making money and making a profit, and if you believe that the taxpayers of Minnesota who drive deserve some relief from gas prices this summer when they're going to the cabin, then this is the amendment to vote for. So members, I urge a green vote.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, has there been a roll call requested? I'd like to request a roll call, please.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, well, what is the role of government anyway? Now, some will say, and my friend Representative David says he's all for competition. Well, Representative Davids, this law squelches competition. It stifles the ability for the marketplace to compete. You go around Minnesota and you go around your particular town or your particular county, there's a reason the price is the same at every place you go to. It's because we have this socialized gas policy in Minnesota. 8 cents or 6% above, basically setting everybody on the same plane of pricing in state law. Now that's not the function of government. Members, if the big box store comes in, like the people who are afraid of this claim, and they come forward with a loss leader for a long time, and they use gas as a loss leader, and then basically outcompete everybody around them, and those people around them dry up, like the fearmongers will tell you. And then the big box store is going to jack its prices up and charge you out of the ability, or compete you out of the ability to price the people around out of the market. Well, the reality is, if the big box store comes in and they do that and they kill all the business around them and they jack the price up, what's going to happen? Another competitor is going to come in and land right next to them in the face of all those large prices, and is going to compete. Members, the marketplace will take care of itself if only we can keep government out of it. Members, Benjamin Franklin said it very well. He said, "Those who sacrifice liberty for security deserve neither." There is a history in this body for trying to seek security for businesses throughout the state by having the government dictate the price. Members, it's the wrong direction to go. It's not a free marketplace. Let's restore the freedom of the marketplace in Minnesota. Thank you.
Representative Faust.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was in the petroleum business for about 15 years. And what this amendment will do is it will not protect competition, it will eliminate competition. There's a lot of towns across Minnesota that have 1 or 2, maybe 3 mom and pop gas stations in it. And what will happen is the big chains will come into town, they'll open up a gas station, and they'll sell it below cost until they're the only one left. And then they'll start raising the price, just as Representative Drazkowski said. The problem is that if somebody else comes back into town, they'll drop the price right back down, and they'll be gone again, and they'll jack the prices up again. This is what we need to do to protect our Main Street, our mom and pop gas stations in every little town across Minnesota, is to vote red on this amendment. Let's vote it down.
Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The fact is that the free market works only when the playing field is level. And the playing field isn't level in this instance. I'd like to ask, would Representative Drazkowski yield, please?
He'll yield. Representative Erdahl.
Thank you. Representative Drazkowski, are you telling me that in Litchfield, where we now have a Walmart, and if businesses go out of business and Walmart comes to dominate the town of 7,000 people, that will be countered by a like Walmart coming in to compete with Walmart? Are we going to get a Target or a Costco or something else that will come in and set up competition because Walmart is now dominating? Is that what's going to happen in Litchfield?
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Erdahl, the invisible hand of the marketplace outperforms anything that government can do. in terms of the market. We can try to engineer the marketplace here in government, and then we'll retrench ourselves and try to re-engineer again because that didn't work. We cannot do what the marketplace does. And if we pretend that we can, I don't know what to say about that. But whether it's gasoline or maybe we want to do it for lettuce, maybe we should have a pricing system for lettuce. Or photographers. Maybe it needs to be, $10 above cost or 5%, whatever is greater, so that your head of lettuce is the same whether you go to anywhere in Meeker County. Same price of lettuce, no matter where you go. But Representative Erdahl, they don't have this problem in Wisconsin. I don't believe they have this socialized pricing of gas in Wisconsin. And there's mom and pop gas stores all over the state of Wisconsin. So this is a law that is misplaced, and encourage your support of Representative Pepin's amendment.
Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Drazkowski, those were certainly some wise words, but you didn't even come close to answering my question. I would like to know what's going to happen to Litchfield. Under your reasoning, are we going to have another Walmart or a like-sized store come in to compete so that prices can come down? Because Walmart, under your scenario, will be driving everyone else out of business. Are we going to have someone coming in to compete with Walmart in Litchfield?
Are you asking him to yield? Representative Drazkowski will yield. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Erdahl, the problem is when we fall into that trap in the first place, to believe that the government can engineer the marketplace. I don't know what's going to happen in Litchfield, but I am confident of this, that the market, as it does everywhere else, will prescribe the outcome that goes to the business that provides the best product at the best price with the best service for the customers of the state, rather than the one that's dictated and predicated on the combined, collective, and sometime overinflated wisdom of government.
Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And would Representative Gunther yield, please?
He will yield. Representative Erdahl.
Representative Gunther, I think you might be familiar with, say, a large box store company coming into Fairmont. What was the impact on small businesses there, and has competition then come in to work against Walmart?
Representative Gunther.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Erdahl, I'm very well. What happens? We had 19 businesses go out of business the minute Walmart moved in. It took a year longer to get to my business. Walmart moved in. I had to lose, in order to stay in business, $250,000 a year for 3 years, and then remodel my store for $500,000 in order to have a chance to stay in business. They are predatory pricers. In Wisconsin, somebody mentioned Wisconsin. I think Representative Drazkowski mentioned Wisconsin. What happened in a small town in Wisconsin is Walmart came in there. They opened the store up. They closed a whole lot of local retailers up. And then they decided they wanted to move to the next big town, so they closed the store in a small town in Wisconsin, moved to the next town in Wisconsin. The result was no one in that town had any place to buy a gallon of milk. I don't think that's what we want to have in Minnesota, and I truly want everybody to vote red, please.
Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I won't belabor this anymore, other than to say that I want to stand up for the small businesses in Minnesota, for the mom and pops, and certainly you shop at Walmart, you shop at the others. I do myself, but let's keep the competition as fair as we can in this state, and let's all of us stand up for our small businesses.
Representative Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. My hearing must be leaving me. Anyway, just a comment, a couple of quick comments. Somebody mentioned that this amendment, if it were placed on gas stations, are guaranteed a profit by this 8-cent markup. I don't think that's true. I don't know the exact markup of gas stations, but I don't think they could stay in business very long on just an 8-cent a gallon markup. It's a tough business. The markets are volatile, and their margins are extremely tight. The other thing I would contend is that it was mentioned that if this amendment were put on, it would lower the price of gas for people in Minnesota. Well, the only way for that to be true would be if they were selling it below their cost. And that's exactly what this bill was aimed at doing, was keeping it above the price of cost to keep mom and pop stations in business. So, again, this is a good bill the way it is, and vote red on this amendment.
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Drazkowski, your mother's going to be happy again, because I'm going to agree with you again this time. And members, it's so interesting to listen to this debate, and I know it's gone on a while, but it kind of gets to the core of people's beliefs. And it's really interesting to me to watch the GOP argue about this, because a lot of you like the free market until you don't like what it does. You like the free market, but you want to tell some stores they have to close on a certain day. And you like the free market, but you want to say that certain products have to be sold at a certain price. If you like the free market, you have to take its ups and downs. At least I think on this side of the aisle, people don't pretend, they're okay with some government intervention, and they're consistent about that, at least. But I do want to say that if you're worried about Walmart's undercutting the other stores in your neighborhood, then you ought to be sure that the Walmart pays good wages and gives decent benefits so that we, the state, don't have to pick that up for the people that are earning so low wages that they don't get health insurance and so on. That's how you make sure that those small businesses in your community can compete with Walmart, not by telling Walmart, set a minimum price. You can't sell the soap too cheap. You can't sell the hammer too cheap. We don't want to do that. Tell them they got to pay good wages. Then everybody's on a decent playing field. Then at least the people in your community can afford to buy from your small business. So I'm going to support Representative Pepin's amendment just because I think it would be inconsistent of me not to do that. And I understand that it's tough sometimes for a small business to compete. And that's, there are reasons why people don't all shop at Walmart. Even if there is a Walmart, some people don't like to shop at Walmart. Some people like to go where they know the person who's doing the selling. Some people like to go in the small store. There are a lot of other reasons that people don't want to shop where it's cheapest. And so I don't think we should tell businesses that they should keep a minimum price. That seems to me to be a bridge too far, and we shouldn't go there. We shouldn't be there, I should say. So I'm going to support this amendment.
Representative Davids.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members, just to clear up the record on a few things. Before this law was enacted, as a rule, gas stations would have the same price, unless they were going to get some predatory pricing and try to put someone out of business. I think I've been referred to as a fearmonger today. That's certainly not true. I'm just calling it the way it is. This is exactly what happens, and I can give you actual cases of where this has happened. I'm not sure, maybe we're spending a bit too much time on this, because I really don't think any of you in the last several years have received a call from a constituent saying, please repeal this law. Representative Drazkowski, Wisconsin does have the minimum pricing law, only it's a little tougher. I think they go with a percentage instead of an 8-cent fixed amount that basically is taking care of the credit card fee. When they saw the brilliance of the Davids legislation in Minnesota, they soon adopted it after that. So Wisconsin does have this, as far as I know. And I was really trying, members, not to tell this story. But as Representative Mahoney brought up, he said this kind of comes up at us every year. So it kind of reminds me of the story, Mr. Speaker, of Kark Rendering out of Chatfield, Minnesota, where their theme was, their saying was, Kark wants your carcass. And they were a rendering company. They come to all the different farms around, and the driver always had a pistol. And he'd stop up the road at the Johnson's place, and he'd throw a pig in there. Well, the pig wasn't dead, but it was maimed. So he'd shoot it in the head, throw it in the back of the truck. He went to the next farm, and he picked up a dead cow, and he heard something squealing in the back of the truck where it said, "Cark wants your carcass," and that pig was still living. So he pulled it up, popped it in the head again with his pistol, and threw it in the back of the truck. Well, then he came to our place to pick up a dead cow, threw the cow in the back, and that pig was still squealing. So he looks at me, he says, "Greg, that pig just won't die." It kind of reminds me of this amendment to repeal this law. This pig just won't die. Well, let's help it die, members. Vote red on the amendment, because I have to tell you, I am your Liebling-Drazkowski alternative. Vote red.
Representative Schoen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know how I can come back from that, but I'm going to tell you how I feel today. I feel like we're actually family today, and we're at Thanksgiving dinner, and my sister, Representative Pepin, and Representative Liebling are picking on me a little bit. My big brother, Greg, just gave me a little defense, and I appreciate it. But the fact is, this is about small businesses. They do have the difficulties, and whether you're in the suburbs or in the greater Minnesota or in the urban areas, you all have independently owned gas stations, and this would affect them greatly. So to Gary at Duffy's in St. Paul Park and Steve at Southview 66 in South St. Paul, I'll be voting red.
Representative Purcell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize, I didn't mean to get up on this one, but I don't carry lipstick. If anybody has lipstick, would you give it to Representative Davids, please? It's for the pig.
Representative Pepin can get the final word on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Davids, that was a nice story. But I know you're not calling me a pig, right?
Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think Representative Pepin, I would never do such a thing. And if we can't be friends, it causes me more pain than my heart could bear. So I must say that I have the highest regard in this world for you, but not much for the A2 amendment.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it's been a good discussion. I just wanted to leave with just a few thoughts. Representative Gunther talked about, and Representative Erdahl talked about Walmart coming into town and forcing stores to close and things like that. And I just have a couple thoughts on that. First of all, if you're in a small town and a Walmart comes in, you have an option to work with your city council to figure out which businesses should come to town. But the fact of the matter is, if that's your belief that we should just close out Walmarts and Costco's and big stores from coming into town, then we should be consistent. You should also protect, if that's how you feel, then you should also protect your other businesses. You should protect Linda's Diner when maybe Applebee's comes to town, and you should offer them the same protection. You should offer Deb's Coffee Shop the same protection when Starbucks comes to town. You should offer Joe's Hardware the same protection when Hardware Hank comes to town. You should offer Joe's Electronics the same protection when Best Buy or some other big box comes to town. But we're not doing that in any of these instances. So my question is, where is the sympathy for these other businesses in your communities? It doesn't make any sense. You're picking out one little industry in your communities and you're saying they deserve this special protection. But if somebody wants to come in and compete against the local diner that's been there, and they're a big box, a big exciting new sports bar, forget about them. You're not doing anything to protect them. We're not having any minimum markup saying, well, you can't sell hamburgers below $20 a hamburger. It just doesn't make sense, members. There have been studies. You can look on the FTC reports. It just doesn't happen. This does not happen. They are not driving small businesses out of business. It just isn't happening, and the evidence is all over. And I just wanted to remind you that the reason this is really not necessary is because there are already protections. Just look at 325D.04. It's not necessary. It is not our job to come in here and prevent competition. That is not what we stand for in this country. But if you do think that, then I encourage each and every one of you to come and put some minimum markup on all the other industries, on hardware stores, on coffee shops, on restaurants, on every other business, because you are picking one small segment of small business owners, protecting them, and you're not offering that same opportunity. So, frankly, you're inconsistent if you don't support my amendment. Members, thank you for the time, and again, I appreciate your green vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll.
There's not another one on this, no.
There being 27 ayes and 93 nays, the motion has not prevailed. The amendment is not adopted. There's no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 1284.
Third reading. Representative Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I rise in opposition to House File 1284. This is a matter of local government control. 1284 is a reaction to the City of Coon Rapids passing an ordinance that required prepayment at gas stations. It's the only city in the state to have done so. And the voters of Coon Rapids responded by eliminating the council members who had voted for this. You know, the gas stations were opposed to it, the residents of the city were opposed to it, and I'll be very brief on this. The League of Minnesota Cities also is opposed to this. So if you're for local control, for your cities, for your school boards, or for your county government, I encourage you to vote against the bill. Thank you.
Representative Schoen. Oh, Representative Uglum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would echo Representative Newton's comments. We both represent part of Coon Rapids, and we are intimately familiar with this. Representative Schoen, I think I appreciate your bill, but it is a matter, and this is a perfect example of local control. This was an ordinance that was passed by a city council. They got lots of local feedback from both business and individuals. And from a local control perspective, some people lost their jobs and the ordinance got reversed. So I think the system is working the way it is, and I would urge a no vote also. Thank you.
Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I respect both members' comments on that very much. This is a situation where constituents came to us and said, we have an issue with our criminalization of how you pay for gas. And we made other areas of improvement in state law that allowed collection to occur related to gas drive-offs. And they weren't very happy with the idea of what happened in Coon Rapids could happen anywhere in the state, and was very concerning to them. And it could be, obviously, you understand the market forces, and if people don't come in the store and buy sodas and burgers and other sundries and other products, that's problematic. And they know that this got taken away in Coon Rapids, but quite frankly, they're fearful this could be around the state or somewhere else might enact it as well. I just ask you to support this amendment, as it's a good small business amendment, and they came to us just like they would come to the City Council, and we represent them as well too. So I urge a green vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. Being 109 ayes and 13 nays, the bill is passed.
No.
And its title agreed to. There is another bill at the desk. The clerk will report the bill. It's
Senate File 510 on the calendar for today, the second engrossment, an act relating to solid waste.
Representative Slocum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill updates and clarifies Minnesota's organized collection statute regarding trash hauling. Minnesota's organized collection statute was passed in 1987, providing a framework for local units of government and private trash haulers to transition from an open market subscription system to a government-managed system if a local governmental unit decided it was in the public interest. The public policy goals underlying the organized collection law were to balance the right of the government to step in to directly manage waste collection while attempting to minimize private hauler displacement. The statute was written to encourage a cooperative process to balance the interest of government in fulfilling its obligation while recognizing the economic interests that existing haulers have in the city or town. While the statute worked well for a number of years, it has unfortunately broken down in recent years, resulting in an organized collection transition in 2 cities that was hostile, adversarial, divisive, and resulted in existing haulers being wholly displaced. My bill updates and revises the organized collection law to steer parties who use the law back to its public policy goals. The bill directs any city or town considering a transition to organized collection to create an options committee to study and collect information from interested parties, analyze the waste hauling options, and then submit a report to the city council or town board before a decision is rendered. Cities and towns can initiate the organized collection process but are not obligated to adopt organized collection. This is strictly local control. This committee process is designed to take the emotion and passion out of the process and focus on the merits of different trash collection options, making the process less adversarial. Section 5 of the bill is a significant and important part of the bill. It states that any city or town, before instituting organized collection, must first engage in exclusive negotiations with existing trash haulers in an attempt to create a consortium system whereby no existing hauler is displaced or loses market share in the transition to organized collection. My bill makes clear that the parties must make an effort to create a consortium if the town or city decides that organized collection is in the public interest. This bill is a compromise bill that is supported by the vast majority of stakeholders, including representatives of both local government and the private waste haulers. The League of Minnesota Cities, the Association of Metropolitan Municipalities, and the National Solid Waste Management Association Minnesota chapter all support this bill. In addition, Conservation Minnesota has endorsed this bill, and you should have some handouts to that effect. Most of these organizations also had input in crafting and negotiating the bill before you. My bill recognizes that diversity and contains no mandates. There is no mandate here to steer a city or town towards one system or another. All it does is streamline the process and make it less divisive. I stand for questions.
There's no amendment at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 510.
Third reading. Discussion to the bill. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank Representative Slocum for her hard work on this bill this session. It's come a long way from where it was last year, and just wanted to throw my support behind the bill. Hopefully members will push the green button. There's peace in the valley, and that didn't come easily. So thank you so much.
Representative Uglum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Slocum, thank you again for authoring a very good bill. This is precisely what the City of Champlin has done for a number of years. We've saved a lot of money, a lot of wear and tear on the streets, and it has been a system that has worked wonderfully well for the taxpayers. This is a good small business bill, and it's a good bill for the cities. So thank you.
Representative Hackbarth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, well, I know this is portrayed as a small business, good for small business bill. However, there is a consortium of small haulers that got together to put this forward. But there's a whole bunch of other small truckers out there that are haulers that are going to be out of business because of this bill. This was presented by the League of Minnesota Cities. They want this. I can understand that. I'm not against cities using or having a law that says that they can have one hauler in their city. But what this bill does, members, it says that if you're already permitted in a particular city, those are the folks that they're going to choose from for the first 60 days. They're going to negotiate with those folks. And they won't negotiate with anybody that's not included in the group that is already permitted in their city. So essentially what this is going to do is these cities are now going to negotiate with those people, those haulers, and them only. They'll come up with a deal, and then those are going to be the haulers that they'll go with if they should decide to go with one or two haulers or whatever they're going to have in their city. But other haulers will be not allowed to get into those negotiations. They will after 60 days if there hasn't been a deal made, but most likely within that 60 days somebody's going to come up with a deal. Other small haulers will be out, and eventually small haulers will be out of business. So I would consider a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will Representative Slocum yield?
She will yield. Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Slocum, in reading your bill, it doesn't say anywhere that these negotiations have to take place in public. And listening to Representative Hackbarth's concerns, is this a situation where 4 or 5 haulers representatives are going to be in a meeting that's not open to the public and quote-unquote cut a deal that's beneficial to them without input from, say, other haulers who currently aren't working in that community or members of the public?
Representative Slocum.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Holberg, what this bill does is it allows the haulers that have marketed in a municipality or in a city to, they have a market share, they've sent the letters, they've phoned, they've contacted, they've done business in that city. And it allows them to sit down first and carve up the area so that no one of those haulers, it actually is protective of probably the smaller haulers. If they've got, if they have a market share in that city, then they are at the table to carve up market shares. And the 60 days is for that.
Representative Holberg.
And Mr. Speaker, Representative Slocum, I understand all of that, but how and when will these meetings take place? If you're a hauler that doesn't currently haul, let's say, in Richfield, and you want to kind of watch the process, we like sunshine in government, I see nothing in your bill that requires these meetings to be posted or noticed to allow the public to at least observe, if not participate. And if it's only a subset of the city council involved or only city staff, these meetings could take place all behind closed doors with no, for lack of a better word, sunshine on the process, and that concerns me.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Slocum yield to a question?
She will yield. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Slocum. Wouldn't these meetings be subject to the open meeting law if it involves the city?
Representative Slocum.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Scott, I believe they would be, and I know cities are very cogent of the open meeting law, and they generally speaking, like a lot of sunshine.
Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Scott, to that point, they're not subject to open meeting law unless there's a quorum involved. So you could take 1 or 2 city council members or no city council members and just city staff and have these meetings and have no clue, and after 60 days a proposal be presented at a public meeting, and the public and other haulers would have no idea who attended the meetings, what the trade-offs were, and how, as Representative Slocum mentioned, how the city was carved up. You would end up with no sunshine in the process because of the fact there isn't a requirement in the bill that these meetings be noticed and the public be able to attend.
Representative Uglum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe in Section 1 of the bill, it specifies that a city or town must hold an open public hearing before organizing this collection. And Section 2 requires a city or town to establish an organized collection options committee. In Champlin, we called it our Environmental Resources Commission. And that committee is subject to all the open meeting laws. So I think, Representative Holberg, your concerns are well taken, but I think they're taken care of in the bill with regard to this. And it is a 60-day negotiation period among the existing haulers, the small businesses, and then if the committee deems fit in an open meeting, can go out to open bid for anything else or any other vendor. Representative Slocum, I believe that's in your bill. Is that correct? Would you yield?
She will yield. Representative Slocum.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I believe you are correct.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Holberg.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that those standards that you reference are if you are going to set up an organized collection after the 60-day period. What I'm concerned about is the 60-day period where the people that are currently hauling in a city have an opportunity to put together an alternative proposal. And I don't see those protections for that 60-day process.
Representative Slocum. Oh, Representative Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise to speak very quickly on this issue. I'm from a community that went through the very divisive process that we had on trash organized hauling, and I first want to thank Representative Slocum for the work that she's done. The current law creates a situation where when a community tries to move forward in the process, it becomes very contentious, there's a lot of division, and actually from start to finish in our community it lasted over 2 years. Some of the options that are being presented right now in the current bill are options that we would have liked to have had in our community that would have solved a lot of the problems that we were faced with and would have allowed us a much more efficient process, one that was more fair to the small business community, the small haulers that were in our community. So I thank Slocum, Representative Slocum for the work she's done and encourage a green vote.
Representative Slocum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's a good bill. I think it is covered by open meeting law, and I think that the elected officials would certainly be very aware of that and would not want to do anything behind closed doors. Certainly not the city elected officials that I've worked with, and I've worked with quite a few. They're very responsible and very, very aware of open meeting. It simplifies, it makes it clearer, cleaner, easier for cities to do this. It's good environmentally. At this point in time, that's what we need to be thinking about also. I think it's a good bill. I hope you vote green.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is, I'm going to support this bill, but this is another instance where this 24-hour rule of amending is really, really troublesome. We've already adopted the Senate file language, and here we are finding a major flaw with this bill, where this really does need to be subject to the open meeting laws, folks. It needs to be clear-cut in the bill language. And I don't know if the other side would entertain a short amendment, if they would take it to the rules process or to the rules committee or whatever, but I really think we need to add that this needs to be subject to open meeting laws, the negotiation process.
Representative Slocum. Representative Isaacson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I've been reviewing the open meeting law statute, and quite clearly this applies to that. As a matter of fact, it even highlights that if you attempt to subvert by going and having a meeting in an effort to subvert the open meeting laws, you're subject to penalty. And it defines open meeting laws as any type of governmental body that has to conduct any type of business at all. And so if you're there to conduct business based on deciding who you're going to have or putting together this proposal, it's much different. And so I don't think there's any problem with that. It's quite clearly within the confines of the open meeting law.
Representative Holberg.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. It is clear that there's an open meeting process if the 60-day period fails to reach an agreement. But if you look at Section 5, Subdivision 4D, it exempts them from the requirements in the rest of the bill, except that the governing body must provide public notification and hearing. So they allow this meeting to occur between the city and the existing haulers. And if there's not a majority of the city council involved in those negotiations, it is not subject to open meeting. Time and time again in City Hall, a handful of staff meet with developers. Those are not public meetings. They meet with, various interest groups, etc. Nobody knows that that's going on. This is a pretty big deal to have this 60-day negotiation period occur without a requirement of posting and public meetings. And the only public meeting requirement is if that 60 days fails to reach an agreement and they move towards an organized collection process and a committee to set the standards for that. But the 60-day period is set up so can we as a group of the existing people that are doing business in this community cut a deal to avoid the more open process. And I think that we are missing the boat here if we don't require that negotiation process be public.
Further discussion to the bill? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 104 ayes and 18 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Report from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration.
Report from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration, Murphy E. for the Committee on Rules, pursuant to Rules 121 and 3.33, designates the following bills to be placed on the calendar for today for Monday, May 6, 2013. House file numbers 826, 739, 854, 215, 1451, 461, and 161.
Motions and resolutions. Copies of the non-controversial motions and resolutions are online and at the front desk. If there's no objection, those motions will be taken up first. Hearing no objection, those motions prevail. Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to let members of the Rules Committee know that we'll meet 15 minutes after adjournment in the State Office building in the basement hearing room. And I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 10 a.m. Friday, May 3rd, 2013.
Representative Murphy moves that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn until 10 a.m. Friday, May 3rd, 2013. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. Representative Murphy.
I move that the House do now adjourn.
Representative Murphy moves that the House do now adjourn. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails and the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. Friday, May 3rd, 2013.